Good afternoon. It's the afternoon session of day 5 of the Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash trial. Though the judge didn't say bring the jury is just getting ready to come in. I believe that what they are going to do is stop the testimony of Sanderson, stop the cross-examination, and the defense is going to get to start their case before the plaintiff case rests due to scheduling. So as this jury walks in, we're going to roll the intro. Lawners, let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking this afternoon. I've got water, I've got fizzy water, and it is time for us to roll. Let's go.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
It's good to see everybody. The judge is on the bench. We do not have... the jury all the way in. So we are just going to wait and see what happens, as I believe they will be calling the employees from Deer Valley, and we will start to see that testimony. And that is what I am very much looking forward to see. So now we know that the jury's coming in because we can see the judge standing. So the jury should be here in just a minute. Sorry if you see the screen wiggle, that's me. I've got a few notifications I need to send out. So once the jury is in, we will be set.
Good afternoon. Mr. Sanderson, would you please retake the witness stand?
I guess they're not going to split it.
Your Honor, we made an agreement.
Oh, okay. Sure.
So because we have Deer Valley people lined up.
Yeah, I thought that's what they were doing.
I would like to continue my questioning of Mr. Sanderson, but at a different time.
I'm surprised they didn't do this outside the presence of the jury. They had about
Who's the next witness?
5 minutes.
Eric Christiansen.
Mr. Christiansen?
Nice that he stopped calling him Christiansen. I am surprised they didn't do that outside the presence of the jury. They do things in the presence of the jury that are housekeeping, that are
If
very
you could come right up here, sir.
odd, disorganized.
Hi.
It's not my
Okay, thanks. Do you
preference.
swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so
So
help you
this is the
God?
private ski instructor
you.
that worked with
Nancy?
the Paltrow
Good
family.
afternoon, sir. Just right around here, and there's the chair.
Wait, is
And the left-hand armrest has been acting up again.
he's got like a sweater going? I mean, it is a cold day. We know that there's been storms. They've caused some delays.
I'm sorry, I
In the area.
cold.
Thanks, counsel.
Sir, one more thing. Would you please state your full name and spell all the words?
So,
Middle name also?
Sure.
Okay. My name is Eric Paul Christiansen, EricPaulChristiansen.
Let's introduce yourself. What city do you live in?
I live in Camas.
Okay, and married, kids?
I have 2 children. They're both in their 30s.
they are
I have 2
married or not
grandchildren.
married?
And
He said
skiing
married
has been a
kids.
big
It's like,
part of
no,
your
my
life.
children
Is
are
that
young.
fair?
It has been. I've been a ski instructor for 44 years, 39 of those at Deer Valley.
Wow.
And,
It's a long time at Deer Valley.
I can think of what a ski instructor is, but just comment a little further on that, would you?
I
What is
teach
a ski
skiing.
instructor?
Once I came to Deer Valley,
Yeah, the
I went
closed
through both of
captioning is
my
rude.
levels of certification. There's 3 now, but they've added 1 on the front end. But we're members of the Professional Ski Instructors of America. We happen to be in the Intermountain Division. I'm certified to teach all levels, from
They always
young
ask
kids
Maggie
all
May.
the way
I
through
don't know.
adults, from never evers, never been on skis, through experts.
Never evers.
Okay, I talked to your wife. She's been in the ski industry 50 years too.
And
She actually receives her 50-year, she just received her 50-year level 3 pin, yes. But
That's
during that time,
impressive.
she spent 32 years as a patroller at Park City Mountain Resort.
sir, is your wife a
She was a
badass?
weekend patroller.
You mentioned level 3. Is 3 good?
Yes, it used to be called associate and full, and then they changed it. They added a bronze pin at the front end, and so it went level 1, level 2, level 3.
Okay.
And so the former full certified is now called level 3 certified.
Sir, I'm going to ask
The
James
the
to,
closed
show
captioning is
you,
just.
a 20-second animation. May I
Oh.
do that, Your Honor?
There's no foundation
Can you
yet.
approach the bench?
Sure.
There's no foundation yet. So for those of you sending in super chats about Nashville and Tennessee, my kids are good. My family is good. And because it can be very difficult to parse live news, we're just going to focus on the trial. And I appreciate that. So I will process later. I cannot process in live trial. This is not the first time we've been in live trial where breaking news has been very difficult. So thank you all. If I don't pull up those super chats, know that I've seen them and I appreciate you. It's just, we are doing live trial, and that is about all I have the bandwidth to parse. So thank you for that. He looks like the judge. He does. And he walked up in the black and I was like, wait a second. He looks like he's in a robe a little bit. My daughter, his daughter, this is plaintiff's daughter, said he is a very proud man. He was supposed to be a skilled skier. He's probably ashamed of being incapable, wants to blame someone else. There was definitely some of that this morning. Katie said, I'm amazed at how articulate his thoughts during the accident and remember the events, not typical with a concussion. I don't know what's typical or not. What struck me more about Sanderson's testimony is that it's so different. Like how he presents is just so different than what we saw from his daughters. So his daughter's perception of him and then how he presented was a disconnect for me. And that's what I'm looking at, was the disconnect. Has the plaintiff rested? No, they're not done yet. They will rest when Sanderson's done, but till Sanderson's testimony is done, they cannot rest. So these witnesses are technically coming out of order due to scheduling, which is a minimal accommodation, and that's fine. I mean, that's not something that's unusual. While they are at the bar, I'm just going to turn this down because the white noise is a lot. Ania said, anyone know if there was any bribing of the bailiffs this morning? Do you mean snacks? Do you mean bringing snacks? That is something that happens in courts, especially when there are very busy trials, that the lawyers or the parties will bring food for the court staff or donuts or breakfast or what have you when they end up working overtime due to trials like this. That's truly not unusual that the parties or both will bring things for the court staff. Muffins are preferred now. If there is a trial, there must be muffins. So that's not unusual. What was more unusual to me in all of that, and this happened in days before, where the defense counsel said, can we bring snacks to the bailiff or can we bring things to the bailiff and ask the court's permission on the record in front of the cameras? This is a conversation that just should have been had with the clerk. And I wonder if he wanted it on the record and in front of the cameras instead of asking the clerk, does this judge have any particular feelings, procedure, or thoughts about us bringing something for the court staff and bailiffs and making sure, no one has food allergies and things like that. So we'll see. Rachel said, it's interesting to me that Sanderson kept saying, I got crushed. That sounds a lot more like what GP described her falling on him after he hit her. It was an interesting way to say it. He definitely said crushed a lot. Jen said, I missed this morning, so I have This Morning playing on TV and this on my phone. I have a problem. It's okay. You can catch up to This Morning later. This is going to be really interesting testimony. Can we have some Bring the EDB merch for us law nerds waiting for the streams to start? It's, EDB time is neurodivergent time. So something like that. Dr. Curry's husband is booked and busy with the muffin bringing. It seems that way. I still haven't had a chance to watch her interview yet, and I want to. Carolyn said, I can't overstate how invisible you become when you hit your 60s. It's something that blindsides me. Or blindsides me. I hope that there are some seniors on the panel for balance. I don't know about this panel because it's just me, but on the jury panel, I think is what you mean. And I'm sure that there are, I don't know the age range of the jurors, but it's something that my mom and I have talked about.
To see what's being shown, you can
quite a
come up
bit.
here also.
Oh gosh.
So, Mr. Christiansen, James is going to run a 20-second animation for you.
Okay.
This has to be shown to the witness. before it can be published to the jury. This has already been provided to plaintiff's counsel, but if I'm plaintiff's counsel, I want to make sure what they're playing is exactly what I've been provided, especially, I don't know, with Owens. I worry. So this witness has to testify that this recreates what they saw, what they witnessed before a recreation can be played to the jury. So.
Have you reviewed that?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have plaintiff's counsel go back? Will that help you explain your testimony to the jury?
Yes, it will.
Will it help explain the position of the parties at the time of the accident?
Yes.
I want to see all of this.
Does it help explain your recollections of the events?
Yes, it does.
Is it substantially similar to your recollection of the events?
Look
on
at
the
this
date in question?
foundation. Good
Yes, it is.
foundation.
So, Your Honor, I move to publish this animation to the jury as a demonstrative exhibit.
Okay, let's see it.
Plaintiff objects. The demonstrative is not illustrative of the
Don't worry, I will zoom me out
witnesses'
if we go to the
viewpoint,
exhibit.
and, if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, I'd like to have another sidebar.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why couldn't you have just handled this at the last sidebar? They've argued about the demonstratives before. They're going to argue about the demonstratives again. So we're just going to answer questions. Go ahead and don't forget to share this stream with your friends. I know we always lose a few after lunch and we will gain them back. But if you have somebody you want to watch this testimony with, this witness, if you're just coming in, is the interesting. Emily is not showing up as live broadcasting in my subscription list. Well, isn't that frustrating? That might have something to do with it. This witness is the ski instructor, the private ski instructor that was with Gwyneth Paltrow and showed up right after the incident happened. So that is what we are talking about now. Visuals are always better in trials, yes, but they're going to fight over visuals. So they're going to fight over what this shows, what it doesn't show, if they laid a foundation, who made it, who didn't. And this witness is coming before the accident reconstructionist. I wonder if the judge is going back to his ruling because we see the judge grabbing it. Why is Clark Kent in the courtroom? He's become a lawyer now. It's part of the reboot. Emily wasn't showing up as live for me either. That's interesting. I will have to take a look on the back end and have Miguelina take a little bit of a look on the back end and see what we see and see if there's anything we can do. That's why it's a good time for me to remind you. That's why we have lawnerdalert.com. The notification system on YouTube is far from perfect. I am a live streamer, so you knowing when I am live is kind of critical to all of us being here at the same time. And I always give a little grace period to myself and to everybody else so we have time for YouTube to let you know that we are live. So if you don't want to miss anything,
The motion is granted. The
lawnerdalert.com. Ooh!
animation number 6 will be received for demonstrative purposes. And if the jury will recall, jury instruction number 18 addresses evidence like this. Certain charts and summaries, in this case an animation, sometimes referred to as demonstrative exhibits, will be shown to you to help explain the evidence. However, these charts and summaries, and in this case an illustration or a animation, are not themselves evidence, and you will not have them in the jury room with you when you deliberate. You may consider them to the extent that they correctly reflect the evidence.
All right. Let's play the animation, and then we're going to go back and talk about it. Is this from your viewpoint?
This one would be from my viewpoint, yes.
And let's be clear, this is not a GoPro video.
No.
This is a creation. It's not an actual video.
It's a
correct?
demonstrative.
All right, so this is from, if
Damn
you had
it,
a
my brain
camera
has
on your
stopped working.
forehead at the time, does this sort of illustrate your testimony?
It will.
Okay. It's been admitted.
Wax foundation.
Overruled. Go
Okay,
ahead.
let's play the video.
Ooh, yes, let's. Watching people ski. A sound catches Christiansen's attention. All right,
All right, we're going to take this kind of piece by piece. Let's go to the very beginning. Do you know the bandana run?
Very well.
How many times have you skied that?
Well,
Thousands.
I've been at Deer Valley for 40 years, actually. I would say that the bandana run has been there for about 30 of those, and it is the only access to go directly from Flagstaff Mountain to the Empire area.
This is why these runs can be dangerous, because everybody's on
do you
them.
recognize this, for instance,
One
this
of these
little
through
cabin
runs.
there on the left?
Oh, yes.
What is it, a private home?
It's
I
a
wonder
private home.
It's a
You
private
recognize
home on the
those? And
slope.
I have a little
Of course
laser
it
there,
is.
if I'm doing this right. Do you see those buckets right there?
Yeah, those are green foam tubes that cover up the snowmaking.
I didn't know you could have private
There's
homes
water
on the
and
side
air
of the
or
slopes
water and electric,
at
depending
Deer
on
Valley.
what type of system they have.
And does that provide some landmark in where this collision occurred?
It does.
Okay. Was it essentially across from them?
What do you mean?
Where the collision occurred, was that sort of across from the snow equipment?
It would be
He
in that
was the
general
hired
area,
ski
yes.
instructor for
And then,
Paltrow's kids.
There's some people
remember
here.
which kid.
So who's the orange, the guy in the orange?
That would represent Moses.
All right,
Both
so let's
parties
back
could have
up.
done this if they wanted to.
Were you hired by Miss Paltrow to help Moses that day?
Your client's gonna
Yes.
love that.
And had you helped
Your
him
client's
before?
gonna love that. She's
This
gonna
was the
love her
third
name.
time I had skied with him, twice in the previous year, and then this trip on this year.
Would you lie for Gwyneth today?
No.
Are you testifying truthfully today?
Yes, I am.
By the
Oh.
way, you were called a bully this morning. Have you ever bullied a guest at Deer Valley?
Oh my.
Deer Valley takes their guests
Their
very
bougie
seriously.
level
And
is
if an
high.
instructor is has a confrontation with
They're not
a
gonna be an
guest,
instructor very long.
we don't last. We were supposed to be polite to everyone, and I was polite to Mr. Sanderson that day.
And have you been polite to every guest in 40 years?
I've never had a reason not to be.
So, yes? Were you a
Yes.
bully to Mr. Sanderson?
I
Chat,
was not.
how many of you have worked
Is that a
with the
ridiculous
public?
claim?
I feel that it is, yes.
And
That's
you were personally
leading.
named in this very lawsuit.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to relevance.
Goes to credibility, I believe,
Move to
Your Honor.
strike, Your Honor.
I'll follow your order.
Okay.
Well, I'm so glad, Owens. Good Lord, Mr.
There's been an
Owens.
allegation just this morning.
How many of you have
that
worked
you
with the
stood
public?
by and yelled
You're
at
just-
an unconscious man.
We've
for
all had
2
to
or
do
more
this for
minutes.
work, right?
Did you?
Objection, leading.
I'm
It is.
asking to comment on it.
It's leading as fuck.
As a prefatory statement, it's fine.
He's like, it's
Overruled.
background.
Did you do that?
I did not.
Owens likes to
No one
lead,
was ever
clearly.
unconscious during that period of time.
I don't know if he still works at Deer Valley.
where do you
He
want
didn't
me to
ask yet.
start?
Yes, it's a big story. Okay.
Okay.
Who are
It's a-
these 2 people on the
What's a big
animation?
story?
Those would represent Apple and also Carrie
Oh,
Oates,
Michelle
another
P.
instructor.
Thank you for the work you do.
All right. So they were a little head. Is that fair?
You
They
work
were
with
in the
people who are
proximity. I
afraid.
can't tell you for sure exactly where they were, but we were all in the same proximity.
And
Y'all do incredible
do
work.
you
Thank
actually
you.
recognizing this as an animation, but does it illustrate well the geography of the actual run?
It does.
Do you know anything about like a special photographer going up and actually contouring the run?
What?
Well, it is what I've been told. It is an actual photograph of the run. So
And this was a clear day.
it was.
And
Chad, it's
that's-
interesting. A lot of you don't like
Do
the
you know whether this was
demonstrative.
the actual month and
I
day?
wonder
not
how the
year,
jury will feel, 'cause
the
a lot of you were
actual
like, this
incident
feels
itself, like this is
like
literally
she's outspending him.
The day, like February 26th.
Right. I was told that the other day. that
Okay, you don't personally know that.
No.
Okay, all right. The title of this image is Christiansen's POV, point of view, and let's let's run it, and then James, I'll ask you to stop at some point.
So he's,
Okay, let's stop. Who is that?
That would represent Mr. Sanderson.
All right. Why is it you would look up to see someone like Mr. Sanderson?
Mr.
So,
Sanderson.
When you're working with students,
Kids.
especially if they're children, you're always looking around. It's very much like driving. You're aware of everything around you.
And where the other pieces are.
The one thing this animation does not show is I actually watched him make several turns down, and that's what caught my eye. And so
Why?
Mr. Sanderson has some very strong skiing skills because he was skiing edge to edge, rolling his skis. An intermediate skier skids much more, but he was skiing edge to edge, and he was making what we would refer to as GS, giant slalom turns, which basically means that they're
He's a very good
round
skier.
and large and fairly fast.
Okay. And comment on Moses's ability.
Moses, I think it was maybe his fourth time. He went to Big Bear one day, from what my understanding, and then he had skied a few days with me on one trip, a couple of days on a second trip, and this was his first day of this trip. So he did not have a lot of experience. He was 9 years old, and so he was still in a wedge, and so we were skiing very slow. We were skiing on the side of the run.
And comment on Gwyneth's skill level.
Gwyneth is a strong intermediate skier, and
She said.
she was skiing skiers right while we were on skiers left. And one of the
I like
things
how
that's
he
interesting
explains
is that she
directionality.
was making short radius turns. Now, when we teach people how to be safe, one of the things that we do is we try to teach them to ski not right down the middle of the run, because that's where all the traffic is, but
Well, if
they
everybody
can
skis on the
ski
side-
a shorter radius turn on the side, it
Wouldn't
means
the
they're in a
sides be
narrower
busy?
corridor. It also means that they are out of the line of traffic, and uphill skiers who are faster can watch and anticipate them and miss them. And that's what she was doing. She was actually skiing short radius turns on the skier's right next to the edge.
I did jump beyond your background. So when it's not ski season, what do you do for a living?
I also teach at the Winter Sports School. It's a high school that was set up for winter athletes. And so
What?
we start in April, and about the second week of April, and then graduation will be the week before Thanksgiving. And
So that they
the
can do their
students
winter
get an
sports?
academic education, but they also get 5 months off during the winter to work on their sport.
That's
I
cool.
think I mentioned that your wife is a level 3 instructor. Are you a level 3 instructor?
Yes, I am.
And is that the highest level?
I think this
It
is
is.
for
And highest
kids who
highest
are
means most
exactly
advanced.
Rachel Mills Olympic
That is
hopefuls.
Okay.
Kids who want to
All right,
compete,
let's
national
run the video
team.
just a little bit
This is
more.
for your hardcore winter athletes, so they can still go to
Okay, let's
school
stop.
and then work
Who
on their sport.
is- Now,
So that makes sense.
Say
It works
again
for,
who all
he
these
teaches
people
at the
are,
high
would you?
school, and then he
Who's
has 5
that
months
on
off
the-
to teach
on
on
the
the,
far end?
the slopes.
On the
This
far
is
end,
not my
that would
world,
be,
but
Miss
this makes
Paltrow.
sense.
okay. And let's go a little further.
Carolyn, does Deer Valley prefer to
Now,
serve a more affluent clientele?
let's
I think
stop.
lift tickets are like $500 or $600 for the day. So Deer Valley
Craig
is
Ramon said
is
when
an
he heard a
expensive
sound, he
place to ski.
turned.
But I think
Is
almost
that what
everywhere is
you
an
did?
expensive place to ski.
Well, of course, when I heard a scream, that's when I looked back.
So there
He's
was a
claimed to
scream
be
at
the
some point.
Only eyewitness who essentially heard and turned, but you also heard and turned. Is that right?
That is correct.
And was Ramon immediately on the scene?
He was not. What happened was I had been watching Mr. Sanderson ski down, and because I was aware of my
This is a
students on the side.
reconstruction.
But as soon as he passed us, I looked back at Moses, and it was a mere moments after that that we heard the scream.
All right. So whenever you say a pronoun like he,
Okay,
I'm
Mr.
going to
Sanderson.
actually
Yeah.
ask you to
Okay.
clarify who.
Sorry about that.
All right. So just say that last sentence again, would you, with using the name?
Okay, so Mr. Sanderson was skiing down, making fairly large turns, and he had accumulated a fair amount of speed. I watched him while I was watching my kids. I was paying attention to both, and as soon as he passed us, and I wasn't concerned with him hitting us,
Because he had passed.
then I turned back towards Moses, but at that point he was very close to
Currently
Miss Paltrow.
$269 for
And,
one adult, 1 day pass. All
I
right.
looked away. I did not actually see
What I saw in the chat earlier today was
collision,
high.
but I heard her scream, and that's when I looked up.
But Ramon was not on the scene for how many seconds?
I would say at least 45 seconds. I mean, Miss Paltrow was already up on her feet. We were getting Mr. Sanderson up on his feet. He was very late to the scene.
Okay.
I would just assume that he was not as fast a skier as Mr. Sanderson was.
All right, so let's be clear. Did you literally see the moment of impact?
I did not.
All right. Did you hear and turn?
I did hear, and I turned, and by that time they're already moving on the ground.
And who's on top?
Miss Paltrow is on top.
All right, and let's finish running the video if you don't mind.
So then he
So is this
skis
you
over
skiing
to
over
the
to them?
collision.
It is.
Is this more or less what you saw?
Pretty much. They were below me, so the first thing I did was I turned to Carrie and I
Katie,
said,
thank you.
asked her to take Moses, and I said, I'm going to go over to see what happened. And at that point, I traversed across. They were below me, and so I didn't have to skate or anything. I just,
Rachel, that's
Did
consistent
you
with what
hear
Paltrow said.
Miss Paltrow say anything?
That's
when
what
I
she
got
said.
there-
Paltrow, pal, like a pal.
yeah, okay.
What?
When I got to the scene, she was talking and a little bit upset.
A little bit or a lot bit?
They were both talking. The first thing I did was I took off my skis and I moved around on would have been the right hand side, and they both had their heads uphill. Both sets of skis were still on both she and Mr. Sanderson, and
I heard him
their
say
skis were below them.
pow as in Paltrow,
And they
not
were
Paltrow.
basically lying pretty much on their backs.
Okay. And I think
This witness was
Ramon
paid for ski lessons, but is not being paid to
said
testify,
that
is
their
my
heads
understanding.
were downhill. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
And you even smiled. And why did you smile?
Well, for one thing, he wasn't there at that time. But no, they were, I don't know how to describe it with my arms, but, they were on the slope and she was underneath and he was on top of her.
And he also, Ramon said that Mr. Sanderson was a spread eagle pointing downhill. Did you observe that?
I never observed that.
You would have remembered that, wouldn't you have?
Well, of course.
Okay. And then when you first came over, then I heard you say Gwyneth was upset.
I don't know if he's
Yes.
Dr.
Is that
Rick,
the
but he
first
looks
thing
like he
you
could
heard
be
out of
Dr.
their
Rick.
mouths?
It's been long enough. Excuse me. It's been long enough ago that I can't give you, an exact, play-by-play of who said what when. I do know certain statements were made.
Okay.
Okay.
And
He's
did you
always
hear
said she was on top.
Mr. Sanderson say
when they
anything
fell.
during the entire incident?
Oh, of course.
What were those things?
Well, at the first, he was apologizing to her.
Chat. Hold on a second. I see the confusion. We're going to clarify real quick. When they fell, Paltrow fell on, he's saying Paltrow fell on top of Sanderson. He's saying when they were on the slope, she was down below him and he was uphill from him. So on the hill, she was underneath him on the hill. Then when they fell, she fell on top of him. So I think that's what he was saying, that she was underneath on the hill, and then when they fell, she was on top, which
Did
is
you
what she
hear
said. as
Mr.
well.
Sanderson say anything during the entire incident?
Oh, of course.
What were those things?
Well, at the first, he was apologizing to her.
You
And
heard that with your
I
own
did-
ears?
Yes, I did. And but when they started responding to my questions, the first thing I needed to do is get their skis off. It's very hard to get up on any slope with your skis on. A lot easier to take them off. But also, they were entwined with each other. I mean, they were kind of, tangled up with each other.
Their
And so
skis were tangled up?
the best thing to do was to get their skis off. That's the safest thing to do. And so she was on top, and so
Okay,
I
think
took.
you might have said at some point Gwyneth was underneath, but she was on top. That's your testimony.
Did I? Yeah, she.
I didn't
Oh,
catch
I'm
it.
sorry.
but
Did
my-
I get that backwards?
My partner said you did. I didn't actually
Okay.
catch that. Just be clear.
Okay.
Who was on top?
She was on top.
So there
Okay,
is
Mr. Sanderson was
a
on the
clarification.
slope, lying down, and she was on top of him.
On the
I'm
slope,
sorry,
lying down.
And their skis
just
were
said that.
intermixed.
And their skis were kind of tangled up with each other with their legs
Okay, first thing you did, I heard you say you removed her skis,
because she was on top. It's the only way I could do it.
okay, and help her sort of separate.
Right, and I gave her my arm and helped her up. And then I immediately went and helped get Mr. Sanderson's skis off. And then I put my arm out and helped him up also.
Did you just grab him and jerk him up onto his feet?
Of course not.
Would you do that?
That would have hurt my back. I'm too old to do things like that. No, I just simply gave him my arm
I actually believe
to
that.
help him get up.
You heard him say what words in terms of the
JH,
apology?
that's funny as hell.
He said, when she was talking to him, he simply said, I'm sorry. But then he also made a statement about, she just appeared in front of me.
Okay, you remember those words?
Yes.
What does that indicate to you in terms of who was the uphill skier?
Well, what indicates that he was the uphill skier is that I witnessed him coming much faster than anybody else on the slope.
So he
coming
saw
down the
Paltrow
hill,
before and he
I
saw
looked
him
away
before.
mere moments before the impact.
And he knew
So
Paltrow was down the
that's number
hill.
one, why he would be the uphill skier.
Okay.
The other thing is that it would be very difficult to be underneath her if he hadn't hit her from behind.
And explain.
Well-
How do you figure?
Objection, foundation.
I don't know what that means.
He didn't see it.
I'll allow a,
Okay.
Instructionist.
Go ahead.
What I did. oh,
just a second, overruled, I think.
Okay.
He was there, his perception.
He's
What
allowed.
I did see is everything leading up to it and the immediate aftermath. So I cannot speak to the actual collision.
The second of
but
impact.
I can speak to what I saw
Before and after.
immediately before and the aftermath.
Right, but I think you told me at one point, like if a soccer player takes out someone's legs, they're underneath.
Yes, it would be very similar to that. It's a situation where it would be almost
Counsel, ask
impossible
the
to be
question.
in front of Miss Paltrow and then end up underneath her.
So I heard a few things, if we're trying to outline things.
Can you just
heard
let him
from
finish what
Mr.
you asked him earlier?
Sanderson's own
Darn it.
mouth. She appeared right in front of me, yes?
That is correct.
I'm sorry.
Yes. He was not real talkative, to be honest with you.
How about, did you ask him, are you okay?
I had to. That's the whole time I'm removing skis and getting ready to help them up. I'm asking, "Are you okay? Are you okay?"
So the answer, did
Was
you
a-
ask him if he was okay?
I did, and he was affirmative. He said yes.
All right. And did a ski patrol duo come by?
They did. It was
Because
just a few
Owen's
minutes
going to be Owens.
later than that. Now, by this time, Mr. Ramon has arrived on the scene, and so two patrollers are just
I
making
don't think
a
he
ski
was
by.
face down because his ribs wouldn't have
And one of them
broken the
came
way
up
they
to us
did.
and said, do you need any help? And Mr. Ramon, Mr. Sanderson.
Sanderson hit his side
spoke
at
to each
some
other.
point.
I was still kneeling on the snow.
It's the only way
getting
his
their
ribs broke
skis
like
ready.
that.
And
The ribs tell you what
whatever
happened.
they said, they turned to the patroller and said, no, we don't need help.
All right, so they talked to each other quietly out of your hearing?
That is correct.
And did you try to influence them, like, say no, say no?
Of course not.
What?
Okay, that's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And what did they say? Who spoke?
Um,
Who declined help?
I would assume it was Mr. Sanderson, but they looked directly at the patroller and refused help.
All right. If they had said, I'm not okay, if Mr. Sanderson said, I am not okay,
Then what would you
happened?
do?
What would
That,
happen?
that would have changed the entire situation. People on a ski slope have minor bumps
Yeah.
and things constantly.
I was waiting to hear from this
Objection,
witness.
speculation.
This is the witness that wrote the
If you
collision
could
report.
rephrase the question as phrased, it is speculation.
Well, what have you observed over 50, 40-some years
44 years.
Ask him how many times he's seen
with-
collisions.
It's a vagueness.
with regard to skier collisions?
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained?
What
Okay.
have you yourself?
I can answer the original question.
So the judge sustained it, so I'm rephrasing my question.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, have you
Better questions, better
personally
answers,
come
and the
across skiers who have collided before?
Yes.
And just comment on what you've observed.
If they're
Objection overbroad.
Overruled?
Yeah, you've
if
got to
they're
let him get to the foundation.
both in a situation where they each claim they're okay, typically the two skiers part ways and ski off.
And it's done.
If anyone is hurt, now it's a total different scenario, and patrol will have to be called. Statements will be taken. Patrol will assess how much injury there is, whether they need to be taken out in a toboggan or whatever. And so patrol takes over at that point, and we become simply witnesses.
All right. Was this important to you to know the answer to that question, whether the skier from his own mouth felt he was okay?
He would have
Well,
known
of course,
that.
because if either skier had said, "Oh, I'm hurt, I need assistance," that would have changed everything.
Okay.
That would have, made it so we would have all stayed on the scene.
And if Mr. Ramon and Mr. Sanderson had said to the ski patrol person, we need assistance, would that have changed anything?
I would have been there the whole time. Yes.
Okay.
He would have stayed. Okay.
Gwyneth testified, essentially, she said, you just skied into my effing back.
Did
All
you
right.
hear her say that?
Did Mr. Sanderson say anything like that?
No, he did not.
What did he say? She appeared right in front of me.
She appeared right in front of me.
You didn't know that he had a blind eye at that time.
No, I did not.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm now going to have James show an additional, just to the witness himself, an additional.
there's another video.
animation.
Just wonder if we could approach the bench on that.
Okay. As I'm trying to send the link out. Question from Temp. Isn't attorney doing cross best dreams plaintiff saying first thing on the stand, I misspeak often, isn't next question. So did you misspeak then or now? No further questions. He definitely didn't ask it that way of Terry Sanderson. He had his own stuff that he wanted to get to. Listening when you are in trial, staying present, listening, and formulating your next question is highly important. And we see that with varying degrees of success, especially as trials get longer. Boomer Millennial said defense lawyer asked if the defendant's security staff could bring the bailiff's treats because they have been helpful, not the lawyer or his client. Which is fine. And the lawyers can bring those. It happens. I don't know what they've done. Draconomy, not ADHD, just traumatized, but EDB makes me feel more normal. Good. She's my people. You're my people too. Thank you for existing. Well, you're welcome. We try to do so and continue doing so. Ann Wolf said brain works very differently after 70. Marilyn Gardner said off topic, but wondering if you enjoyed the Twix cookies. I have them. I have not tried them yet, but thank you. I have them. They're in my pantry. Maybe he was harder on Jenny because he considered her imperfect. We have not heard a ton of that yet. So we will see. AHS Yeti attack. Can they use demonstratives? If there's a Yeti attack, they absolutely should use demonstratives. So they absolutely should. Saint Michelle, Emily, when this trial is done, I'm going to send you a box of makeup from Chanel, Clos de Peau, and Armani. I work in NYC as an editorial artist, and I get that stuff for free. Editorial artist sounds amazing. I do my own makeup with my fingers mostly in the morning, very quickly. Some of who are sponsors on this channel. Casey Cat said, oh my God, he's a good witness. Let him talk, Owens. Owens wants to get to the next question. And sometimes Owens' questions are cutting off the answers. I think he needs to slow down. I worry though, because we've seen Owens complaining about time. I worry that Owens is hyper focused on how fast he needs to go with this witness. But this witness is a very important witness for them. This is the witness that saw the before and after, saw where Gwyneth Paltrow was on the hill, saw where Sanderson was on the hill and was like, Sanderson's up here and Gwyneth Paltrow's down there. It's like Bethany Frankel. I'm up here. Wait, no, that was Kelly Ben Simone. I'm up here and you're down here. He's like, I saw him up here on the hill. I saw her down further on the hill. I was skiing with her because I was skiing with her kids. So he was saying he was monitoring the hill. Just like if you've ever witnessed a vehicle collision, often you can say, okay, in the seconds before, I saw this, I saw this, I saw this. This car was here, this one did that. Especially if you capture that memory in real time. For me, I find writing stuff down like that happen or helpful when stuff like that happens. Jane Doe said, Emily, except if he hit her on the hill, he would have landed on top of her on the ground, especially if he was going as fast as the instructor said. And Gwyneth Paltrow did not say she was hit hard. She said that somebody came up behind her and like pushed into her. And then she said his skis were between her skis. Someone caught an edge and they went down to the side. I have fallen on skis before. I've never fallen on skis straight down or straight back. When you catch an edge, it tips you to one side or the other. Oh, there is a fuzz in my glasses. It is probably cat glitter. And so that's what she said happened. That Paltrow is in... We're going to try to do it this way. Paltrow is in front. Paltrow is in front. Sanderson is behind her. She says that they caught an edge and rolled, and she ended up on top of him, and he fell to the side. And that's why his ribs got cracked, because his arm hit the side. Every doctor that testified said the ribs got cracked from the arm hitting the side. So that's where we are. He took out her feet. She would fall backwards. They said to the side. Everybody has said to the side. All the doctors have said to the side. So, oh, I didn't say cat litter. I said cat glitter. Oh no, that's a whole different thing. Faye, we were talking about the Deer Valley, the cost of Deer Valley. Carrie just got home from kidney stone removal. Ouch. Heal well. And I could wait for this coming back to the stream. Thanks, EDB and the Law Nerds, for being here. We're always here. That is what we do. Corey said, I am convinced now with this witness, not at fault. This is a good witness for them.
Thank you for your patience.
It couldn't have happened the way both witnesses say, right?
Excuse me, James is going to show you another
Demonstrative.
animation. It's also about 20 seconds and also does not have sound. And
There
this
is
going to be number 1, and it's from what
fuzz
view, James?
somewhere. All right. Question. So many people have lied, not just in this trial. Why has no one gotten in trouble? I would have to go circumstance by circumstance. So I would have to just go circumstance by circumstance. But in this trial, I don't know if people are intentionally lying. People perceive events differently. So different perception can account for some of this. I don't know if we've seen anyone intentionally lie. I think we've seen people perceive events differently and then their memories fill in at the end in this trial. But we'll see. Mary Smith said him being underneath makes sense because he had the most momentum. He hits her and continues falling forward and sideways. She falls on top of him. If Taylor Swift was going fast,
By the way,
not
I
Taylor
wanted to
Swift.
introduce the fact that Deer
Terry
Valley's lawyer
Sanderson.
is here. Is that true?
He
Far
is
right. You're
What?
right.
My right. I see him.
And I don't represent you. Is that true?
That is
What?
correct.
Okay.
Before we maybe finish
Yes.
laying your foundation.
Let's do that, please. So you've had a chance now to review what we're gonna call video number 1, okay?
That's correct.
Will that help you explain your testimony to the jury?
It will.
And will it help explain the positioning of the parties at the time of the accident?
Yes.
And if I interrupted you, go ahead.
Objection. Move to strike, that's opinion evidence.
Which part?
Overruled, and so this animation will be received again for demonstrative purposes, not as evidence, but to illustrate this witness testimony.
Oh, I need to turn
Does
the
it
cord
help
back up.
explain your recollection of the events?
Yes.
Is it substantially substantially similar to your recommendation, or recollection of the events on the date in question?
It is very similar, yes.
So,
Okay, so this is the
I will
view.
ask for permission now to publish
Apple-
this to the jury as a demonstrative exhibit.
It is received and granted for that purpose, and it'll be stopped where I've indicated to Mr. Egan to stop it.
Okay. Do you see all these people identified? The woman on the left, top left, did you observe her? Mr. Sanderson did, but I'm doing a little laser.
Mm-hmm.
Did you personally observe that person?
I saw her, yes.
She was described by Mr. Sanderson as sort of a more beginner person that he did not want to hit.
There would be a lot more people on this run.
Okay.
What do you recall?
I don't recall much because she was not a skier that I was concerned with.
Okay.
She was on the other side of the run. I did see her, but she was not skiing fast, so I really didn't pay much attention to her.
And then on this side, is there a bit of a little cliff or ridge here on the
Well,
skiers' right?
It's not a cliff, but it is a drop-off.
Right.
As most ski runs, they're created with bulldozers and machinery and to create a run, and so there's always an edge from
Okay.
the man-made
And-
feature.
And do you recognize these? Are these the snow-making equipment buckets on the right?
Right, it's basically utilities.
Okay.
Here it would be, one would contain water and one would contain compressed air.
And at the top of this run, on this exhibit, is that the very top of the entire run?
Of the bandana run, yes. You can see a lift up in the upper
I see
left-hand
it.
corner.
Top
That would
left.
be the Ruby lift.
That's like
Yeah.
if prove you're not a robot. I would have missed that actually. Okay.
Okay.
Then it says Paltrow.
What?
Is that brown?
Why did he say prove you're not a robot?
Okay,
Oh, like the
Sanderson
web,
is identified in
the
blue.
web
Do you see
things?
that?
yes,
Christiansen.
Oh my goodness.
Is that you kind of represented?
okay, yes,
Moses is in orange under this. You with me?
yes,
Carrie Oakes, is she the instructor for Apple?
that is correct.
All right. By the way, plaintiffs asserted in their opening that Ms. Paltrow was reckless and dangerous on this hill. Did you observe that?
Not at all.
All right, let's run through this from start to end, or start till the crash. So we're going to stop right before the crash. Right there. Okay.
Okay.
Can we do it just a little longer to see where they're? Well, let's talk to you. So when you turned your head, we want
Let's
to
talk to you.
fast forward over
He's
that.
the witness.
So you tell us. There's Gwyneth and there's Sanderson. Did you see a little bit more of this, or was this the end of what you saw?
I saw a little bit more of this, and
Can we go slow motion until he says, I want you to say stop.
okay.
The judge is the governing
Okay.
person here, but you say stop when you no
I-
longer observe
right.
something? Is that okay, Your Honor? Thank you.
Okay. Once he was below us. Okay, so he's heading back. I would say right in there.
Okay, you
can
turned
stop.
away, and then at some point you
So
looked.
Sanderson and
you
Paltrow
came
look
over,
equal on the hill.
And so James,
on
if there's
their
a way
recreation.
to, were they at a complete stop?
They look
when you
equal
came
on the
over?
hill.
Yes, they were.
At
And
that
so
point.
is there a way, James, to move this to when they're at a complete stop? He's gonna put it back on here.
Okay.
All right. This is you on the right, is that?
That would be correct.
And then they've now collided. They're pretty close to the edge there.
So this
Would you
is then
agree?
what?
Yes, because as I walked
He
around,
saw.
I was actually standing below the lift, below the run slightly.
The
And there's
berm.
the buckets right there, right?
Right, those are the tubes.
And now can we play the remainder?
The cursor's the lawyer's cursor, not mine.
Thank you. And Moses is going to say he essentially followed you over. Do you
What?
have any and heard
Yeah,
something? I'm
leading-
just wondering.
Okay.
So
All I-
Moses is
Your
going to
Honor,
say
should we-
this. Moses
Sustained.
hasn't testified yet.
Okay.
The judge is like,
Okay.
Okay.
Did you observe Gwyneth upset?
Yes, she was upset.
Comment on that, would you?
When you're skiing, you don't expect to be
hit from
taken
behind.
out because that happens very fast. We cannot look behind you. Now, I'm in the habit of always looking uphill because quite often
Non-responsive.
Sustained?
Okay, just let's be
He's
a little
so
more
confused.
precise on the question. Was Gwyneth upset?
Gwyneth was upset.
And
Yes.
what did you observe?
As I came across, she was speaking to Mr. Sanderson.
loudly.
Once again, the first things I did was ask if everyone was okay.
Did she yell at him?
I don't know that she yelled. I remember that she was speaking quite sharply,
And
but I don't know that I would say she yelled. I can't recall that.
in your experience, is it the person who hits the other that says I'm sorry?
Objection, overbroad.
Over,
It's just purely
Overruled.
speculative.
Go ahead. Who apologizes typically?
Usually, the person who runs into the other person is the first to apologize.
And who's mad?
Objection.
Who's usually mad?
Excuse me, objection, that,
court-
speculation,
The court overruled
vague,
it.
and overbroad.
overruled?
So who's usually mad?
Usually, a person that feels like they were the victim
Taken out.
Okay.
is upset.
And have you seen collisions where there's a dispute, like you did it? No, you did it. Have you been there?
That happens from time to time.
Was there any dispute between these two among what you saw and heard from them?
Mr. Sanderson never said, "You ran into me," or
Did-
anything of that nature.
So was there any dispute to investigate that, like who's telling the truth?
Yeah, I'm
Not
surprised the
at that
speculation
time.
was
And did
overruled.
Ramon, by the way, did he ever come to you and say like, "Hey, I saw it," and she hit him?
He did not.
He never said a word to you, right?
No.
And
All right. Let's go to the next.
hi Rob,
James
I
is
don't
going to
know.
come show you another one. So I moved to
And
admit
another
this one, I
one.
believe, and it was received.
And another
Moves over
one.
Objections, Your Honor.
And
Yes.
another
And
one.
James, do you mind? Thank you.
Poor James is like, actually, I do mind at this point. I am done. James minds very much. All right. I'm going to answer some questions while James is showing him the video.
Approach before you do that.
These reconstructions. Wait, I went to go turn the court volume down and muted myself because that's what my brain did. That's delightful. The reason the reconstructions are an issue is because there is a part of that last reconstruction where it shows the collision happen, but this witness didn't see the collision. He saw what happened before and what happened after. So they wouldn't allow the jury to be shown the reconstruction in the middle bit there. So we're going to just keep going. I know I absolutely accidentally muted my mic. Owens looks like he needs to lay down and take a nap. He did say he's not feeling well, so he did apologize repeatedly for being sick. So I'm sure the judge is thrilled to have him up at the bench, and I'm sure the other attorneys are thrilled to be in close proximity to him. Casey Cat said this looks more and more like TS's buddy Ramon planned this story all out. Ramon testified that Sanderson was hit from behind and went face down into the snow, spread eagle on the snow with his skis still on, and had the broken ribs. Of note, there were no torn ligaments in his knee or ankle.
Well, babe, get ready for us.
Taking a stretch break. Oh, taking a stretch break. So, all right. Let's keep going. Claire said this case smells like a cash grab. Can Gwyneth Paltrow's team ask about his financial provisions for old age?
Thank you. We'll take 5 minutes.
It hasn't become relevant at this point. They're going to argue it, though. That's exactly what they're going to argue. All right. The court's taking a 5-minute recess to allow them to deal with the reconstruction. The reconstruction helps us see how GP was in Sanderson's blind side as he came from the left to the right side of the slope. I think it's much easier to visualize, but then again, as we discussed this morning, I can't visualize things in my head. So everybody explaining like, oh, they were on the right side and then they did this and then they did that. I'm like, so it absolutely helps. KD Lee, I just want to make a quick note. There is no prosecution here. This is a plaintiff defendant civil suit. And I think we learned this morning why this went to trial, because Sanderson is pissed. Sanderson believes nobody believed how serious his injuries were. And he's been insulted repeatedly over this. So that's where we're at. The Enchanted Journal said, do you think his ribs could have broken from the impact and the angle that Gwyneth Paltrow fell on him? That's what all of the doctors said, but they also said that his arm was next to his ribs, and that's what would have caused the break like that. So 3 of the doctors agree that's how he broke his ribs. I don't think we'll hear any contradictory testimony on how he broke his ribs. Maybe we will, but I don't think that we will. I just don't think that we will. So... Christian said, when I was 15, tore a ligament in my knee going up the bunny hill on a J-bar. My ski got stuck in the snow. Skiing is dangerous. It is. I had a friend tear her knee while we were skiing with her, but that was just in California, up in Arrowhead. Skiing is dangerous. To face plant like that and not have any injuries elsewhere makes me personally think at this point that Owens fell to his side and he did not fall face down, spread eagle, and then go sliding down the hill the way that his friend said it happened. But I also think that he is injured from this. I also don't know who caused it. Both of them could have caused this. So we'll see. Steph Mon said, turns on hills are not a single speed. Fast downhill, slower when traversing could explain observe fast, then slow collision. Absolutely could. This is a very dynamic situation. But if this jury skis, and this is up in the Park City area is my understanding, if this jury skis, they're going to understand some of the, did I say Owens? I meant Sanderson. They're going to understand some of the inherent risks of skiing. And I wonder if they will think that this is a collision on the slopes. This is an accident. No one was being negligent to the downhill ski, or this happened. He was injured. Facts. He was injured. I don't think any of those injuries are made up? Are the injuries with regard to his lasting post-concussive syndrome, is the defense going to argue that those are being exaggerated and that some of those things are pre-existing conditions or old age? That's exactly what they're going to argue. But it's no question that he was injured, right? He had 4 broken ribs. He's not walking around and going skiing for the day if he already has 4 broken ribs. He's not skiing the way he was skiing with this into Paltrow if he already had 4 broken ribs. The broken ribs came from this collision. But if anybody is at fault at this collision, is still not clear to me. So, Sue, this witness just talked about removing Gwyneth Paltrow skis to get her up back onto her feet. So this witness is the first one who said that. If Ramon was above Paltrow and Sanderson, witnesses can't say how far away he was. He said he was over 40 yards or 40 feet away. He said he was a distance away and that he is colorblind. So the argument from Paltrow's side is he couldn't tell the difference between the ski clothing that people were wearing. Corey asked, did the plaintiff win from the Deer Valley suit? No. Deer Valley was dismissed out of the suit because he cannot sue Deer Valley. So Deer Valley was dismissed by the court. So no, he lost against Deer Valley and can only go ahead against Gwyneth. On summary judgment, he also lost some of the causes of action against Paltrow, and now all we have is a negligence action. Other things were yeeted. EDB, how long does your makeup take in the morning? If less than 15 minutes, how are you real? Most days it's about 15 minutes. Some days a little more, depending on appearances that I have. I do not do a lot of on my face. I do mostly eye and lip and not much else on my face. Just really, there is it's not a foundation. God, my brain is so tired. I was recording Quick Bits last night and it got late. It is not a foundation. It is like a serum that I wear to just kind of even out my skin, and then a little powder. So I don't spend a lot of time doing all of the things except for a little bit of eye makeup. And that's mostly with things that resemble crayons because I don't have time and or patience. It's why people are like, Emily, the eye bags. I'm like, I'm sure there is a way to do better, but I'm in my 40s and this is all I got. Temp said, thank you, EDB. Do the YouTubey things, everyone. Oh yes, do the YouTubey things. Jen said, I looked up, I can't say the word, the visual imaging thing that we talked about this morning. I have it and I'm ADHD. Apparently there's a connection. It's about not being able to imagine things in your mind. Seems more of us neurodivergents are affected. We're divergent. It's fine. I cannot visualize things in my head. What's so funny is when my husband and I first had this conversation and he was like, no, I can like, when he was doing dental models and stuff, he's like, no, I can visualize it in my brain like 3 ways around. And I'm like, what? What do you mean you could just like visualize it in your head? Jacqueline Nash said, Emily, no way. And another one. Yes, my girls. That song literally just played this AM on my old school playlist. And another one. Question, do you honestly think that he would testify against a celebrity Deer Valley client and lose the quote, quote, Hollywood type business? Tam, I have to believe that somebody who has been on this mountain for this many years, whose wife also works on this mountain, would stand by their integrity. And if somebody was doing something wrong, would say that they were doing something wrong. I do believe that. And especially as you get closer to retirement, because then if your work fires you, you just sue the work for wrongful termination because you testified truthfully, and then you win a big lump of money from them. So I do think he would testify truthfully. I don't think he would lie if she was being reckless. I don't, but I haven't heard anything in his testimony that is sus to me. So I'm still waiting to hear it. He testified consistent with his report that day. The testimony that makes less sense to me is his friend Ramon saying that he was Mr. Ramon's testimony said that Sanderson was face down in the snow, unconscious for like 5 minutes and no one did anything. That doesn't make sense to me. At a mountain that takes care of people, and that's what we've heard a lot about their reputation, that ski patrol wouldn't do anything if somebody's just face down unconscious for 5 minutes. That testimony made no sense personally to me. Is Sanderson really blind in one eye? Yes. He cannot see, he has lost vision out of one eye. Nothing sus. He's literally contradicting everything Gwyneth Paltrow said. He contradicted some of what Gwyneth Paltrow said, for sure. Bernie Hart Dragon said, this is such a waste of time. I don't think the parties feel that way. The plaintiff in this case really wants to be vindicated. The plaintiff wants the court to say, you're right, Mr. Sanderson. You are right. Wrong was done to you. I don't know if it's going to make him feel any better, but that's what he wants. He wants to be vindicated. So we'll see what happens. The T said, question, he took off skis off, but Tejas then skied downhill with his friend. You forgot how to ski. I didn't hear him say he took off Sanderson's skis. He took off Paltrow's skis and got her up and off Sanderson. I didn't hear him say he took Sanderson's skis off. This is very different from Sanderson's friend saying that Sanderson was face down in the snow with his head facing downhill, splayed out on the ski run with his skis still on. And then Sanderson had to get his skis around and get himself back up with his skis still on. It's very, very different. Very, very different testimony. Miss Kimmy said, oh my God, this is why I suck at geometry. We're all learning things about our brains in this chat today. It's one of the things I love so much about this chat.
Assembling.
And why I always say chat is bae. The jury is assembling. Jurors assemble. That was too low.
Sure.
No, Mr. Owens.
So there are a total of 7 animations.
There's 7?
We wanted to get in 6 through him.
Oh gosh, there's 7
Your Honor has
animations.
Mentioned concerns with repetition, and we'll show one.
Skis
has
do
asked that
pop
we
off
show
easily,
just
but when
one
you fall to
more.
the side, maybe not.
I will represent that he will establish foundation for all of them for the portions he saw. What I wouldn't want is, because we have to hurry, we only do the 3, and then they object, the plaintiffs object to us getting in the other 3 to 4.
Don't
So
hurry then.
I'm all for not repeating myself, but there are different views. So I kind of moved to publish all of them.
Okay. And I think I've made my ruling that at least, each one of these, any animation is a demonstrative exhibit, and it's illustrative of a witness's testimony, not of a case. And right now, we've had 2 come in for this witness.
Wait,
Well, it looks like we may
Owens.
get one more.
You
or
don't
a portion of it
understand?
Anyway, and all I can do is say that I'll take the other animations as they come, as demonstrative of a witness's testimony, if they are.
He's like, I moved to have them all
Very
published.
quickly through them if they'll just agree that he'll say the exact same thing.
They're not
for
going to
each one of
just
them,
agree.
Which I don't think would be repetitive, but.
They're not going to just agree. Why
Can
would
I
they
ask
just
him
agree?
that you've reviewed all of them and they've all fit these 5 points, but we're only going to address one?
I mean, it's
You
repetitious
don't get
with this witness, so.
you don't get
We're
to
only going to show
decide.
one, but can I establish the foundation for each?
Your
of-
Honor, tell me how to
like,
do my job.
The other 4 in mass.
If there's an agreement to that effect, otherwise you'll have to go through the normal process.
Owens, this isn't a deposition. You have
And
to
I'm
do the
not
work.
hearing these people say.
These people
All right, so I do feel like I'm.
gonna
you can't-
have to
you
work.
can't do it,
bitch.
but they won't agree.
You better work.
But if we did it, we could do it.
That was a Britney Spears reference. I wasn't actually calling
People are
Owens
following.
names.
And it was raised pre-trial in an effort to smooth things out, and I think it has helped dramatically. And
He's
I'm
like,
not-
why
I
can't we
haven't
just do
changed
it
my
this
ruling
way?
from what I did at pre-trial,
No.
so I haven't changed my mind on it either.
Owens. He's like, I just want to do it this way, Your Honor. And the judge is like, right,
Okay,
but there's
we're ready for the jury.
rules. So rules are what we're going to follow, Owens. And he's like, I just want to publish them all. No, they're demonstrative of witness testimony, meaning the witness has to testify for the demonstrative to be relevant. If you get the witness off the stand, you don't get to show your animations. If you want to show the animations, you need to show it now. I think GP's attorney keeps referring to her by her first name because he's afraid of mispronouncing her last name. Again, yeah, it's he was reminding himself. It was like Elaine grasping
Let
the
me just
podium,
clarify for the
saying,
record.
"I'm trying."
Mr. Owens, if you give me
He was
just
like,
a minute.
How?
The last animation, which was called
He
the
was, like,
Looking
saying it to
Uphill
himself.
Animation Number 1 Demonstrative Exhibit, was received for demonstrative purposes from 0 to 8. I believe that's 8 seconds.
So
And
is
then
it
from 17
Paltrow
to
or
22.
Paltrow? Because I think it's pow, not pew pew.
Okay, we're gonna show one more video, okay? By the way, have you reviewed all 7 videos?
James,
I
help
have,
him.
yes.
James,
That's
James,
we're
help
only gonna
him,
look
James.
at one, but do they all help
James, we miss
explain your
you.
testimony to the jury?
Objection overbroad, Lex Foundation.
You're on right, or Mr. Owens already ruled on that.
Okay.
It's-
We're only gonna talk now about the overview view. Okay. Overhead, thank you. Can Mr. Egan show the witness that
Oh gosh,
animation? Thank you.
it is. It's an animation, not a video. Owens is just. I think he's rattled.
This is also about 20 seconds. It's also no sound.
Justice Jane, thank you for the tips in the chat. I'm minding my weather here. I hope everyone else is minding their weather and staying safe. What am I laughing about? These lawyers. And him being like, well, Your Honor, we're just going to do this. We're just going to do that. Just do your job. You don't need to narrate it. I like the shotgun mic there attached to the witness stand. It looks like they added some mics over the weekend. Or maybe we've just not seen that shot before.
Yeah, they're all the same. So
Aurelia, good to see you in the chat. Owens has a cold.
it's the same.
So Owens has talked about having a cold. Owens is now
It's the same.
trying to not get Gwyneth Paltrow sick. Now I don't know how to pronounce Paltrow anymore. I've
Have you had an opportunity to review
forgotten.
the
I'm gonna have to go find a
animation,
video on the internet of her
from
pronouncing
the
her name.
overhead viewpoint?
Yes, I have.
And just so you know, since you did not see the accident itself, the
It's like
moment
when they
of
couldn't pronounce
impact,
Zendaya's name the entire
we're-
Depp
we're
Heard
gonna
trial.
skip
They kept calling her
over that
Zendaya.
part.
Okay.
And so, like you did with the other one, we want you to tell us when to stop, when you stopped viewing something. Does the video, I should say, the animation you just saw, will it help you explain your testimony to the jury?
It should, yes.
Overruled?
Yes, it will.
Will it help explain the position of the parties at the time of the accident?
Thank you, Nico.
That is probably the most important part, yes.
Does it help explain your recollection of the events?
They've already
Yes,
laid
it
this
does.
foundation.
Is it substantially similar to your recollection of the events on the date in question?
It is.
So move to publish this to the jury as a demonstrative exhibit.
Your Honor, same objections. Also, it lacks foundation because.
Same objection, same
You
grounds.
can't possibly know what the view from whatever 50 feet above is.
It's received for demonstrative purposes only, not as evidence, but as an
Grounds. Grounds.
Thank you. Do you see the buckets in the top right? The
Yes.
snowmaking buckets? Does that help you in providing a landmark for where we are?
It does.
Now, you weren't flying over this in a helicopter looking down, right?
That is correct.
But apparently
And,
some people in their mind
the
can just
animation
see
isn't
that shit.
Perfect. Do you agree? It's not as good as
Who
if we
knew?
had a drone.
Yes, the animation shows everything almost in slow motion, and the events were much more dynamic.
Okay, fair enough.
But as far as
No,
positioning, it's
Schwartzy
very
is
good.
not a lawyer
All
in
right,
this
Let's
trial.
show the
But I
video,
understand that he looks a
and
little like Schwartzy.
James is gonna
He looks a
jump over
lot
the-
like Riley.
Will you tell us when to
from
stop?
National
Okay,
Treasure.
let's stop for a minute and just orient everyone. Okay, at the top in yellow is
Oaks, Apple, Moses,
Miss
and
Oaks, the ski
Christiansen.
instructor. Is that true?
Correct.
Then Apple and purple.
Oh, I thought Oaks was another
that's,
kid.
Gwyneth's daughter. True.
Correct.
Moses, Gwyneth's son. Right.
Correct.
Then
You.
you're just out of the screen.
I'm-
Christiansen.
Yeah, I'm on the
He's on the
here.
screen. Oh, let me make me smaller.
Yeah, our screen's just a tad
Little
lower.
smaller,
You're about
okay.
to come in.
Okay.
And then woman is what's been viewed to as a kind of a more beginner
Just
skier.
person.
And you observed her?
Light green.
I observed her but didn't pay a lot of attention to her.
Okay. And
He
Mr.
determined she was
Sanderson
not
will
a
talk
threat,
about her.
is what
And
it is, really.
Ms. Paltrow. Okay, let's proceed.
And then Paltrow is the black line, and then Sanderson is the blue
Okay,
line.
let's stop just for a minute. Mr. Sanderson is over here. Did you observe him making turns?
Yes, I did.
What kind of turns?
They were large radius.
Asking it and answered.
Overruled?
They were large radius turns, edge to edge, quite dynamic.
What's the word radius mean?
Radius is from the center of what would be a circle to the outside of the circle, and that's the arc that your turn makes.
Larger.
So big or
smaller.
small?
He was making fairly large radius turns.
And what kind of turns was Gwyneth making?
She was making a shorter radius turn, so she was in a very narrow corridor, and he was.
Celine,
We
some
use the
people
term
can see
carpet
stuff like
to
this in their
carpet,
head.
which
I
means
know.
that you ski
Like,
from one
they could
side
just
to the
replay it like a
opposite
movie.
side as you
I
make your
can't do
turns,
that.
and he was close to carpet using the entire run.
And
This
which
is
safer
an
for the
animated
skier?
reenactment, Navy.
Well,
or
as
nay,
you make
sorry,
a small
my brain added
turn,
letters.
you're out of the line of traffic. Making large radius turns is fine, but you have to be aware of all your surroundings, and you have to be watching to make sure that you're not coming into traffic.
Okay, and when you're, let's play a little more, and will you tell us when to stop? You're seeing this on your own monitor. Stop when you stop seeing things.
Thanks, RD. I'm not going to
A
pull
little
up.
bit further.
I'm not going to pull up much because I want us to be able to see the recreation.
A little bit further. Right. Just a, okay. He's now below me.
Right there.
And so that's when I turned away from him.
And
how
that's
many
where
seconds
Sanderson
is
looks
that on the- just
almost
for the
equal
record?
to Paltrow on the slope.
Showing fine, but I know it's not fine.
Okay. So, were Gwyneth's skis headed downhill when you last looked?
Well,
I know
on a
brains.
short
I love
radius
getting to talk about
turn,
our brains.
Your skis
Brains
are
work
going
different.
back and forth.
They do all kinds of
and
different things.
And she was making her turns very rhythmically. She was in a pattern, and a rhythm, I mean. And so, I mean, her body was facing down the hill.
Okay. And have you known her to be a reckless skier
Never.
or to ski out of control?
No.
Okay. And what you stopped us here, and I just want to be clear, was Mr. Sanderson's skis then moving toward her?
That is correct.
Now, is it possible Mr. Sanderson moved ahead of her and then slowed down?
I can't say for sure, but the amount of time that elapsed from the time that I looked away to the time of the collision, there was not much slowing.
Objection, speculation, lacks foundation, move to strike.
Overruled?
Okay.
Go ahead.
From the time that I looked away until I heard the scream was a very short period of time.
By the way, no one said that, for instance, Mr. Sanderson pulled in front of her and then came to a stop and then was hit, right?
No one has ever made that
Okay.
claim.
All right. And now we're going to jump ahead to.
Are you going to
when
jump
they came
around?
to a stop.
Jump around?
So we're taking this off
Jump
the
up,
screen.
jump up and get down. The song lyrics are high today because I'm trying to fill in this attorney talking slowly in my brain. I love the conversations about brains in the chat too. I know it's slightly off topic, but I feel like I've brought it up enough today, and we
All right.
actually no memory's kind of on topic
and
for
how
this
many
trial, right?
seconds do we know?
Brains
Is
are on
this
trial. It all works.
So may turn till we go.
Yeah, I gotta press play, I think.
Okay, let's
Great.
play the remainder.
So this is Sanderson and Paltrow
Okay.
on the snow.
So
I don't know if this helps the jury or
there's
not to
Moses.
hear it like 3
He's
times.
Sort of stopped. There are the buckets in the top right, correct?
Yes.
I'm calling them buckets. Did you call them snow-making equipment?
Well, we call them tubes.
Tubes.
Typically.
Okay.
They're big round tubes that just fit over everything. Because there's a standpipe and sometimes an electrical outlet, sometimes it's a compressed air pipe that comes up.
All right.
It's just protection so people don't bump into it.
All right, and let's just talk some more.
Let's just talk some more. What else are we talking about?
Are there risks associated with skiing?
There certainly are.
Yes.
On the back side of every ski pass you've ever seen, are those risks identified?
They are.
And what do they include?
They say that skiing is
Your Honor, this is, we've already discussed this. This goes beyond the scope of his testimony and what's allowable. If you'd like, we can approach.
No. God,
I think
no.
it's fine, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, the
I think it's
discussion of
fine.
the inherent risks of skiing.
Yeah, I don't hear that question yet.
Well,
He just asked it.
He asked him what was printed on the back of a ticket.
So overruled, go ahead.
Oh,
Comment on the back
I was
of
with
every
plaintiff's
ski ticket
counsel on
you've ever
this.
seen.
I think it's talking about liability
The
of
ski
the
ticket.
ski area. It does state that there are risks involved, that there may be patches without snow, there may be rocks, there may be trees. There's the possibility of collision with stationary objects or other people. And so there is a risk when you ski.
And so when Mr. Sanderson bought his pass, he understood that the risk of a collision with another skier
Speculative.
was printed
Nice
right,
foundation.
right on his
Sustains.
ticket.
speculation. New question, Mr. Owens.
Are you aware it references the risk of collision with another skier as an inherent risk of skiing?
It is,
Objection.
Overruled.
it is printed on the back of the ticket, yes.
And the pass holder accepts full responsibility for all
Okay.
risks associated
That's
with
going to
the
be objected to
activities.
as well.
As we approach.
And the court is now pissed because the assumption of the risk is not supposed to be coming up like this. And that is what the judge is calling them to the bench about. That was not an objection from plaintiff's counsel. That was the judge saying, counsel, will you approach? And the judge, I imagine, is now trying to explain the law and the previous ruling to Owens. So we're going to answer some questions while they approach again. How many sidebars will we see? All. The limit does not exist. All right, let me turn the white noise down a little bit. Can you tell me what serum you use? It's not a tinted serum. I will find it. It's a Natasha Denona one. I will take a picture and put it on Instagram, Kel. So I will, it's like it's a serum / primer. I'm bad at the things. It's like a serum / primer. I'll put it on Instagram later today. Terry, you are not the only one who asked this. How do you dream? I dream very, very, very rarely. Very, very rarely, actually, that I have visual dreams. Mostly just auditory memory. So it would actually take me some work to sit here and think about it because I don't have visual dreams very much. And when I do, they're more like a movie. Faye Patterson said I was 100% blind in one eye. You've no depth perception. And that is one of the things they are going to be arguing. Maybe civil attorneys should take an evidence refresher before trial. It's very different, depositions versus trial.
All right, let's talk about risks of skiing.
Let's talk about-
separate
damn it,
from the
Emily.
Ski pass, okay.
Baby, let's
I
talk
do want
about
you to
you
just
and me.
reference
Let's talk
what
about-
do you
Carol
understand
Clark,
the
yes,
risks of
Owen is a
skiing
robot.
to be?
Sorry, that's a.
Well,
that's
You're dealing with a activity that involves sliding on snow. It covers different conditions, different weather conditions, different times of the season. Conditions can change constantly. You can have a front that can move through, and it can go from a fairly nice day to a super windy day with snow, blowing back and forth. So conditions are changing constantly, and part of what we try to do as ski instructors is to give people enough skills that they can deal with all
gracefully
conditions.
insane. This is correct.
And there are times when you have to go in. I mean, there's times where it's just too nasty outside and it's not comfortable, and you will go in. But we want to help people be
Broncos, that's
safe
fair.
at all times.
And but sometimes even though skiers are being careful, collisions
Okay.
do occur.
Paige, I should say I don't remember my
Opinion,
dreams. though.
evidence.
I do not recall.
Comment on terrain. Terrain varies as well.
Terrain varies very much. You would never want to take a low-level skier.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled?
You would never want to take
I'm
a low-level
dyslexic, so I mostly
skier on
think in
something that is
audio.
over their head, where they would be frightened, unable to move, and make mistakes. We try to keep our terrain that we ski people on within their ability levels. And of course, if you're trying to teach, it's much easier to teach if they're comfortable on their terrain. If they're only thinking about surviving that terrain, it makes a very unteachable time.
Is a skier expected to
Philip, me too.
ski within their own abilities?
They're my favorite scenes from all
They
of the Pitch
are.
Perfect
Does
movies.
that include physical abilities such as ability to see and hear?
I would say that covers it. If you have
James is like,
certain
"Fuck, man."
disabilities, you want to make sure that
Land
you
it.
compensated that by
Did you
the
see
way that you were
James's face?
skiing, the speed you were skiing, how you were looking around, etc.
From what you observed in your investigation after the accident, do you believe Miss Paltrow was skiing within her ability at the time of the collision?
Objection, Foundation. Calls for expert opinion.
So
I don't know why they didn't try to
Okay.
qualify him as an
Did-
expert,
did
and that
you
is what his
try
face
to
is telling me too.
put together
He's like, "Am I
whose fault
not
this
an
was?"
expert?"
What happened was
Objection.
Pardon?
Yes or no?
Did you try to figure out what had
Yes,
happened?
yes.
And what did you do to do that?
I observed how they were on the ground.
Expert opinion.
Overruled?
And
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to bring up his report right now, which has been pre-admitted, but go ahead. What was your
Okay.
investigation?
Let him answer
The
the,
first thing I
fucking
did was
question.
observe how they were on the
Close the
ground.
loop. Close the
And what
loop.
did you observe?
That Mr. Sanderson his head was uphill, skis downhill. That Miss Paltrow,
Approach, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is getting obstructionist.
Okay. Come on up.
Your Honor, this is getting obstructionist or obstruction-ish, but these attorneys are going to fight right now. So they're approaching again. I don't know how some of these observations call for an expert opinion. I don't understand. And the amount of sidebars at this point, I think it looks like, to me, you let me know in the chat. Chat, let me know what you think. Does it feel like Owens is overstepping his bounds? Or does it feel though Paltrow's attorneys are trying, or that Sanderson's attorneys are trying to keep things out? So Paltrow's attorneys overstepping, Sanderson's attorneys trying to keep things out. Who are you reading this as a problem? Because that's why Owens is making little quips. He wants to say it's not his fault.
So is that
Even though it is.
overruled? To be okay. So we're going to bring up that report. What did you observe on the issue of where the people were when they came to a stop? So Sanderson
Okay.
versus Paltrow.
Okay. When they came to a stop, they were very close to skiers right, the edge of the run. Both had their skis below them. Both had their skis still on their boots. There was no releasing of skis. Their heads were uphill, their feet were downhill. And Miss Paltrow
completely
was on
different
top of Mr. Sanderson.
from what we've heard
And-
from other witnesses.
What does that tell you, the fact that their skis were still on?
It means that there was no heavy impact which would knock them over, like side to side. There was no, basically, it means that they went down without any heavy impact on their ski boots.
If someone were to come and just kind of hit and literally project that person forward,
Objection, expert opinion testimony.
so my question is not complete.
Just a minute, go ahead.
Okay, if someone were to come and hit
I'm not done yet.
a second skier and propel them airborne, so they're flying, would they have ended up where they were when you saw them?
Objection, speculation.
Just a minute. Sustained.
Okay.
How many incidents like this have you been present for?
They're not going to allow him to go any more in
It
because he
would
has
be
not been
impossible
qualified
for
as
me
an
to
expert.
say because after 44 years of being a ski instructor, most
He's
of
like,
that full time,
I've seen a lot of
you
shit.
see a lot of different instances. Could not speculate on that.
So I wouldn't.
And he's not
I didn't-
going to.
I think I cut you off because I said, "What did you do to try to figure out what happened?" So when
Okay.
you said, "I look at where
They
land."
should have done this
And look at-
first.
Go ahead then.
I look at the positions of the body where they land. It would be very difficult to get in that position without somebody hitting from behind.
Okay.
Move to strike expert, or just opinion evidence. That's not,
Sustained.
Okay.
So, what else do you look at other than where
Well-
they land?
The next thing I observed was what they were saying, and what, of course, Miss Paltrow was saying that she had just been hit. She never saw it coming. She was surprised. Mr. Sanderson made the statement that she just appeared in front of him. He was saying he was sorry, and that's basically the conclusions that I came to.
objection. Move to strike. The conclusions are opinions that lack foundation, and that this witness is not able to, not properly designated.
These are speaking objections, Your Honor.
Oh, for
Please
fuck's
approach the
sake.
bench.
The amount of speaking objections that you have perpetrated throughout this trial, Owens, is ridiculous. For you to then turn around and be like, these are speaking objections, Your Honor. Literally what the fuck you've done this whole trial. Oh my goodness. The absolute audacity of Owens to be like, Your Honor, these are speaking objections. The judge is starting to get really annoyed. Paul, here's the problem. While this person might be qualified to be an expert, this individual witness was not designated as an expert. And that is on Paltrow's attorneys. In civil, you don't just get to be like, oh, I'll ask him a few more questions and he'll qualify as an expert. There's a period to designate experts. You have to designate them within the period, and then they get to do the depositions. This witness was not designated as an expert.
Report.
It
So this
doesn't
is
come in
called,
that way.
D25A.
I think Owens just got
Do you
yelled
see
at by the
this?
judge.
I do.
Did you prepare this that day?
Yes.
And did
I
you
would yell at
engage in
Owens
a
if I was the
cover-up
judge.
to try to hide Gwyneth's reckless skiing?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
Is that ridiculous and offensive?
It's
Leading.
very much so. Part of what
Wait
we're required
until
to
you're
do
done with
is if
Frost.
there is an incident,
This jury has to be so annoyed.
if there's an injury, it's mandatory that everything that we be written down in a report. And on instances where there's a bump or something like that where there are no injuries, it's up to us to decide whether it is prudent to fill out the report. And I decided it was prudent that day.
Okay. And exact location of incident, you wrote what?
Did
I
you
wrote
decide to make a report
skiers right
because she's Gwyneth
bandana,
Paltrow?
Slight pitch
That's
before
my
the
question.
flat on top.
Okay, is that an accurate statement?
Why did
It
you
is.
decide? If no
Number
one
of
was injured, why
students,
did you
said
decide?
was What?
There were 6 in group, 2 instructors.
Okay, now, there's been some testimony that Brad, her then boyfriend, now husband, also had 2 kids out with separate instructors. Is that true?
That is correct.
But they weren't in that group of 6 that was coming down Bandana, is that right?
That is correct.
All right, students' ability. Now, was Gwyneth the student here, or is Moses?
Well, Moses was my student that I was skiing
Okay.
with, but Gwyneth was the person in the incident, so I wrote her name on the top.
There's some suggestion that immediately before this
I had to find my
incident,
snacks.
somehow Moses was going, "Hey, mommy, look at me, look at me."
Today.
Did you observe that?
That did not happen
And how do you know that?
because I was next to him.
Okay.
I ran out of the lemon ones.
So again, any implication that she was distracted because she was looking across the hill to Moses, you would dispute?
Objection, speculation, bleeding.
Just clarifying an
Sustained is
important
the
point.
reading.
Oh my goodness. It is leading. All you do is
Well,
lead.
Plaintiff has raised an issue, and I want to know if
Well,
your
then
thought
ask
on
a
it.
non-leading
The thought
question,
is-
Owens.
The plaintiff has asserted is that you,
Stop arguing. He's taking
right before the
every
incident,
opportunity to argue in front of
Moses
this
was
jury.
saying, "Mommy, mommy, look at me." And your thought on that?
Objection, leading, lacks foundation, misstates prior testimony.
Overruled, the jury will have to remember the prior testimony.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Did that happen?
I never saw that happen. As we were skiing along, we were basically making our own turns. Miss Paltrow was skiing down, making very nice short radius turns. And we were separated by the width of the bandana run.
I was skiing with 9-year-old son. Group was skiing down Bandana to
Are you
lunch.
reading the
Is
report
that
now,
all true?
Owens?
That is correct.
What was the student doing at the time of the incident? Go ahead.
Short turns down the fall line on skier's right.
By the way, had Gwyneth skied with you all morning with Moses?
I think we took one initial run together and then we split up with.
Yes, Owen's like, if you're annoyed
the
now, just
intention of
wait.
meeting at the top
Hold my beer.
Flagstaff Hill at a certain time to go to lunch.
All right.
Though probably not
And
a beer
had
from
you
Owens.
and Moses already been on some ski runs without
Hold
Gwyneth?
my
Yes,
And how many about?
sparkling water.
probably in that time span, about 4 or 5.
Short turns down, fall line. Is that what that says, fall line?
Yes,
What
fall
does-
line.
What does that mean again?
The fall line is if you were to take a round object like a ball, set it down, it's the path that it would follow down the hill. So it's basically the most correct downhill line.
On skier's right, so the reference is where on the run?
Correct.
Next.
Skier's right would be, as you're facing down the hill, would be here. Skier's left, of course, over here.
Next portion. Chief complaint, would you read your answer?
Male skier took her out from behind. I didn't see it, but heard her scream as she went down. I skied directly to her. The man was behind her. Both were in discomfort. During lunch, she talked of being stiff and sore.
All right, let's just talk about that. Male skier took her out from behind. Why did you say that?
Yes, why did you say that?
Because of the positioning of their bodies on the ground, but also I clearly observed him as the uphill skier. Now, you can't right on the skier responsibility code, it says that the uphill skier has the responsibility to avoid the downhill skier, because as we're skiing, our vision cannot see behind us, and that's the reason for the responsibility code. And since I observed him moving very rapidly down the hill and only missed a few moments before the contact, I can clearly say that he was the uphill skier.
And this is
Did you
why
determine
Owens shouldn't
one
have
of them
wasted time
violated the skier responsibility
fighting on it earlier.
code?
That would be my observation.
Objection.
That
Waiting on the
objection
scope
was
of this witnesses.
too slow.
He's not an expert witness.
Overruled.
And who did you believe violated the responsibility code and who complied with it?
I would say that the uphill,
As to that question,
Okay, what did you find at the time with regard to the skier responsibility code?
sustained.
Okay.
There wasn't even an objection. The judge was just sustaining his own objections because Owens has gone out of bounds again. Is he replaying it
May
in
I
his head?
Consult with my counsel, just one sec.
Hey guys, how do I ask this better? My brain has stopped. I mean, that happens during trial. But it's not going to get much better.
All right, next statement here.
Did it look like Paltrow was looking down to avoid eye contact with Owens?
First
Oh,
of
you
all,
want
is
me to
this
read
a
it?
true statement? Is what you said, were you speaking the truth when you prepared this report?
okay, where were you in relationship to the student at the time of the incident? I was above the student.
Okay,
Did you witness the incident? I said no, because I did not see the impact. If not, how did you become aware of the incident? I saw the immediate aftermath.
okay. Was ski
Okay.
patrol called or first aid visited? You marked what?
I marked no, because we did not call patrol, because patrol came along very soon after that.
And to the right there, what did you write? Name of patroller.
I did not catch the name. I wish that I had. But once again, if there had been comments of, oh, I'm hurt, something's wrong, things like that, things would have changed very quickly. But what happened was I was in the process of helping Mr. Sanderson get his skis back on. I had my skis off, and both he and Mr. Ramon were there together. The patrollers came by, and
not
one of them
what
came
Ramon
up to
says
us
at all.
and asked if they needed any assistance.
Objection, hearsay.
Hearsay?
This
is
is
what I-
He is explaining a story.
This is
It doesn't-
exactly what I observed.
It's what he saw, but
Limited
it's also
purpose,
what they
not
said.
necessarily as to the truth of what this person said, but as to why he acted the way he did. So it's limited purpose evidence.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Keep going.
That means it
Lynn?
falls within a
Okay,
hearsay
so-
exception because
So
this is
the
why he
patroller
wrote on
asked
his
if they
report what
needed
he wrote.
assistance.
This
Mr.
is why he wrote
Sanderson
it.
and Mr. Ramon spoke to each other. I was just kneeling on the snow. I did not hear what they said, but they turned to the patroller and said, "No, we're fine," or something to that effect. And so the two patrollers continued down the hill.
And then it says student returned to skiing. That's Miss Paltrow. But comment: Did you see Mr. Sanderson then ski?
Mr.
away?
Sanderson.
I was the last one to put on my skis. So Mr. Sanderson, Mr. Ramon were already in their skis. I was the very last one to leave. And so I can't recall exactly how they skied off, but we basically either skied off together at the same time or they left slightly ahead of me.
Okay, we're going to look at the end of this report and move on here. Additional information, you wrote Carrie Oakes, correct?
Right, she was the other instructor that was there.
Additional comments, first thing male skier. or
Stated.
Ski stated,
Oh, ski-
male ski
Skier.
stated.
Should be male skier.
Was that she appeared right in front of
Of him.
thus admitting that he was the uphill skier. She never saw him because he came in from behind. Was that your finding on that day?
That was my finding, yes.
So there's, I think, a comment that because she was tipping you for your service, that you falsified your report.
What do you mean a
Is that
comment?
true?
Who made the
That
comment,
is
counsel?
ridiculous.
It says this was reviewed by Liz Wright. Is that your supervisor or what?
She is a supervisor,
Okay.
not my direct supervisor, but a supervisor at the ski school, yes.
And that's your signature, bottom right?
It is.
And so, same day of the event, did you try to accurately represent everything?
I did. In my mind at that point, I thought that all issues had been resolved. I never expected it to come to this type of a situation. And so I was simply writing down briefly what happened. If I had realized that this would come to
I
this
knew
type
we'd
of
end
a
up here.
situation, I would have written much more in detail.
But
Did I
he's
hear
like,
you
but
say
nobody was
that
hurt.
you
He
never
thought nobody was
observed
hurt.
Mr. Sanderson
That makes sense.
unconscious?
Oh, absolutely not.
And were you there within seconds?
Probably within 10 to 15 seconds. The first
So
thing
he
that I
could have been
did was I
unconscious
turned
for
to Miss
10
Oakes
seconds or
and
5.
said, "You take Moses. I'm going to go over and help out," or something to that. And then it was kind of a flat traverse, and so I simply skied across, and I was there within maybe 10 seconds.
Mr. Sanderson said you got in his face and yelled at him.
I did not. The tone of my voice would be very similar to what it is right now.
He's like, this is just how I sound. That's it. This is how I sound.
I think they're about to get up and suggest that you were sort of in Gwyneth's
Maybe
agent.
ask a
in,
question.
Making a cover-up.
Objection.
What the fuck is that question?
I'm gonna have him comment on it.
Why don't you leave it for redirect?
Yeah, exactly. Leave it for redirect. That's literally
That
the
is my
point of
cue to
redirect.
sit down.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Is that finally the
Certainly.
cue?
Thank you, Mr. Owens.
Ugh. It's only 3:18 local court time.
Mr. Bueller?
Bueller! Bueller. I'm actually really interested to see this cross. Let's see how a Bueller cross goes. This is the first witness from Paltrow's team. Nobody is going to want to touch your shit, Owens. Get
That
some hand
third
sanitizer.
animation went from 0 to 8 and then from 16 to 22.
Being sick during trial is the worst. But the show must go on. And the trial must continue. And the witnesses are scheduled.
Good afternoon.
It's all happening.
Mr. Christiansen, do you recall your deposition of October 27, 2020?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember?
In your deposition,
I'm sorry. It's going to be like this all day. I
mentioned-
apologize.
that
It's worse when I'm tired.
Terry Sanderson, he was underneath her, and she was talking about discomfort. She was shocked. She was somewhat hurt. Is that correct?
She was in discomfort. That is true.
Was she hurt?
She was uncomfortable.
There's a difference between being hurt and injured. And so anytime that you have some type of a incident, you're going to be hurt to some degree, but that doesn't mean that you're injured.
You just testified that Miss Carrie Oakes was instructed by you to take the kids down the left side, correct?
I didn't tell her, I just told her to take Moses. I didn't tell her where to go.
Okay. Miss Oakes said she went over to the crash scene and was assisting you with the two people in the crash.
No, at one point, she had the kids follow her and they went down the hill and they came by us a little bit, but she did not assist, no.
Did she stop by you?
No.
Did she also say that one of the kids said, "Mommy, watch us ski"?
That would have happened at the very top of the hill, not at the time of the incident.
Yeah, but before, just before.
No, it didn't happen while it was just before the incident. It would have happened
Let's say
at the top.
within 10 seconds.
No.
Well, how long would it take to go from,
Huh.
when you say the top of the hill, do you mean when you get off the chairlift?
Yeah, as you get off the chairlift, you have to push yourself a little bit to the top of the bandana run, and it would have been in that area. So it would have been, a minute or so ahead.
So the viewpoint of those animations, those demonstrative, like a cartoon, it was, was that where Miss Oakes would have heard one of the children say, "Mommy, watch us"?
How
ski"?
does he know where Miss
It
Oakes
would have
was
been
when she
before
heard
we started
anything?
to get
If
to
it's
that
not
point.
speculative.
Well, how do you know that? You testified that didn't happen.
Right, so speculation.
What I'm saying is it didn't happen during that time.
Okay, so you do, you agree then that one of the children said, "Mommy, watch us ski"?
I cannot speak to that. All I know is it didn't happen while we were skiing down the hill.
It could have happened with Miss Oakes. She could have heard it.
Maybe she did.
Miss Paltrow, why would the kids say that but for they wanted their mother to hear them and watch them ski?
At the time of the incident, there was nothing said. We were busy
Emma, don't
making
apologize.
our own turns.
The run is called bandana,
But just before
not banana.
the incident,
Bandana.
there was some seconds that elapsed, maybe 10, 15. That's when Miss Paltrow would have heard one of her children say, "Mommy, watch us ski."
I never observed
Why are we
hearing that.
still asking this?
Okay?
It's okay.
You never saw the ski crash, right?
I didn't see the impact. No, I did not.
Before and after.
You said she screamed before the crash, right?
Well, I heard her scream, which would possibly be when the contact was made.
And that's what drew his
Could the
attention.
scream have occurred before the contact?
No.
You have no basis of knowing that because you didn't see it.
Miss Paltrow doesn't go down the hill screaming. There would be no reason for her to scream, just to scream.
That's your speculation because you didn't see it, right?
That's my
I
experience.
did
He's
not
like, that's
see
my
the point of
experience.
impact. No.
Why isn't Owens objecting? There's not much to object to at this point. This is cross-examination. I mean, there were a few asked and answered, but the witnesses
You've heard of photographic memory, right?
can
I've
handle
heard
that.
of eidetic memory, yes.
I don't know if this is a word, but it sounds like you have a videographic memory. You've got a view of everything in front of you and to the side and behind, and it lasts for several minutes.
Mr. Bueller, when an incident like this occurs, it is very much in your mind, and you remember the things very clearly.
Now, this was about your third time instructing for Miss Paltrow's family on her third vacation for her. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
And
Okay.
isn't it true that you got so close to the family, maybe not close friends, but close enough that you sent Moses, her son, some handmade pottery that you made
I didn't send them. I gave them to them on their last day.
on this trip?
Not on this trip. I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
The trip before?
I think 2 trips
One
I
of the
gave them
trips.
some things.
Did you give out candy to the kids?
No.
Oh, very, very quickly saying no, he did not give out candy to the kids. No, I would never. Have you met
Did you
Gwyneth
ever
Paltrow?
tell
I would never give her children
Gregor
candy.
Malone?
I am under oath, sir.
Your
Do
buddy
make
just
a
took
liar
Gwyneth
out of me.
Paltrow.
I don't recall that.
Do you recall telling
I didn't let them
Miss
have French
Paltrow's
fries at
name?
lunch either.
to Terry Sanderson or
I don't recall. It may have come up, but I don't recall.
It was so
Was
fast.
Miss Paltrow
candy?
skiing away
No,
and her
no,
group
never,
skiing away?
never.
You were the last one
So
at the
quick.
crash site with Terry Sanderson and Craig Ramon, right?
I did stay with them until they were up and on their skis. That is correct.
They being Miss Paltrow.
No, that they being Mr. Sanderson, Mr. Ramon.
Well, Mr. Ramon wasn't on the, he didn't take off his skis, or he wasn't on the ground.
No, he never took off his skis but Mr. Sanderson had his skis off because I took them off. And so I was helping him put his skis back on. And that was what was going on when the patrol came by.
You never got the name of the patrol. True?
That is true. Once again,
Did you report this to the ski patrol at any time?
if people say they are not hurt,
I know, I just wanted to.
but no, I did not report it because
I-
once again,
we heard your
patrol
reason.
came and he refused.
Was interrupting the witness.
Okay.
Point well taken, counsel.
Did you finish your response?
My response is that they were offered help from patrol and they refused.
I didn't see if Sanderson has stayed in the courtroom for this testimony
Other
or if
witnesses
he's left.
Say that the
Chad
body
might
positions
remember
that Ms. Paltrow and you
better than
say
me. I
were
think he was
she's
there
on top
when we
of
came
Terry
back
Sanderson.
this afternoon, but my
They
brain feels
testified
like
that
it's
the
on
positions
Novocaine.
were
It's not Novocaine
different
for the
than that.
soul.
Do you know that?
It's Novocaine for the
It
brain.
doesn't matter what they say. I can
Not
only tell
insane
you
in the
what I
membrane.
saw and what I observed.
But Novocaine in the brain.
You've talked about the importance of filling out a incident report accurately, right?
Yes.
You mentioned that Ms. Paltrow said she was, or looked like she was sore, may have been hurt, or was hurt, according to your deposition, right?
She said she
That's
was
what she told
sore.
me during lunch, yes.
Okay. And you filled out your report later,
At the end of the day, yes.
but in your report, you never got the names of Terry Sanderson, right?
I did not.
You never got the name of the only eyewitness we know of, Craig Ramon, right?
I did not, because once again, when people say, I'm fine, I'm sorry, and when I ask them if they're hurt, they say no,
So you only made a report
know,
because it's Gwyneth Paltrow, right?
they
we
went
just
their
ask
way,
that
we
question?
went our way.
Can we just ask that question? Counsel, so the only reason you made a report in this incident is because it's Gwyneth Paltrow?
Do you know Gwyneth Paltrow says she got up by herself?
Alls I can say is I helped everybody get their skis off, and she may have gotten up by herself. I may have helped her with an arm.
She said her skis weren't off, I believe. You know that? And they never came off.
Well, no, they never came off during the incident. I removed them
So she could
that they
get up.
get untangled.
They had to get uncoupled. I'm sorry, the
And
chat
just
was gonna make the
backing
joke
up,
anyway.
Right after you heard the scream, you didn't see the collision. You skied over, and you yelled at Terry Sanderson, "What did you do? What did you do?" True?
That is not true.
You don't yell at all in your life?
Oh, he probably yelled
I
in his
did not
life,
yell.
but not at work.
First of all, I was trying to observe what was happening, and I took off my skis. I came around to try to untangle them. I did not yell at Mr. Sanderson.
Do you ever teach group lessons?
I do.
And do sometimes the students spread out?
At Deer Valley, private rotation instructors teach max fours, which means there's no more than 4 people in your group. So I do teach those. As far as spreading out, you try to keep your group as close together as possible, but there are tasks that where
skiing.
they may go down one at a time and things like that.
Well, if a student goes far away, don't you yell at that student to come get back in line? Don't you have to holler at him?
I don't yell. I don't have
How would they
a,
hear you then?
we ski down to them.
Well, then the other students go another direction. You never raise your voice at Deer Valley? Is that your policy?
If I raise my voice, I lose my voice very quickly. I can't yell. You know, as far as talking to students, you try to maintain a class situation where we will stop at certain places, we'll gather together. We try to always gather at the edge of the run so we're out of the line of traffic. But no, I don't go around yelling all over the resort.
I didn't say that. I just said, do you ever yell once at a student who might be too far away from your group? and
He
you
was
want them
saying
to
he
come
would lose
back?
his voice.
No, they can't come back. If they're below you, you have to go to them.
You have to go to them.
They're not going to.
What are they gonna do?
Come up the hill.
You can't say, hey, come back over here, Bill.
Oh, I might,
Billy!
if they're just across the run, I will say things like that, but I'm not yelling.
You're whispering, or,
No, I'm
Talking
talking in
phone.
a normal voice.
Like I am now.
you know, if there's a lift machinery or that there's noise or something, you never raise your voice at all while you're ski instructing?
That's what he's trying to say, sir.
This is getting a little silly, don't you think?
Oh, shit.
I don't know. You're the one that says you never yell while you're ski instructing. I find that hard to believe. So you didn't see the crash.
Muffins.
but
We
you
have
saw
muffins.
Injury and soreness, and you didn't get the plaintiff's name, even though Ms. Paltrow may
Wow.
have been hurt. Doesn't that seem like a violation of what you're supposed to do as a ski instructor at Deer Valley?
Can I just tell you what
What
happened
I was
with the
relying
muffins
on
so we can stop
was the
talking
comments
about it?
of both parties. And both parties said that they were okay. As far as Mr. Sanderson being injured, he had a wonderful opportunity to tell patrol, I am hurt, I need help. But instead, he refused help and had patrol continue on their way. Those are when things like that happen, I made the decision that he was okay. And so once I had his skis on, I put my skis on and I left.
You know, within maybe 3 minutes of you leaving this crash scene, Mr. Sanderson was talking to a ski patroller who actually wrote a report and said he had sore ribs and disorientation.
It doesn't call for
Well,
speculation. He asked him if he knew.
Yes.
There's an objection.
Overruled.
Overruled, asking if the witness knew.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That may have happened then, but he did not report that to me. And that was after I had asked him. And once again, patrol had asked him.
The mystery patrol that you don't know the name of, right?
The magical mystery
I do not know the
patrol.
name, but they know who it is from the log. Basically, they have a log
That looks
where
like
they
new
write
info
down
to plaintiff's
when they
counsel.
go out to make a ski around.
That looked like new info to plaintiff's counsel. I imagine it's
They do
not.
know who that individual is, but once again, if you're a ski patroller and you come up on someone and you say, "Do you need help?" and they say they do not, and you ski on,
Oh, there, Sanderson is there.
3 or 4 years later, it's very unlikely that they will remember that incident. I wouldn't.
Correct, but you just said that the
What are they doing? Sir, what are
the
you
incident
doing?
that you
What do you got
report,
there?
which is
Hey,
Terry Sanderson
what do
waved
you got
off
there?
the ski
Wait,
patrol,
stop moving the camera off of him. I want to
is
know
in
what counsel's
in
doing.
a log, ski patroller's log.
No, their rotation of who would be going down would be in the log.
Okay, but there's no.
I
there's
could
no
see
report of
Sanderson
this in the
or
ski
anyone just being like,
patroller's
"I'm fine,
log.
I'm fine, I'm fine."
Is in there.
Just
That's
like, I'm fine, I'm fine.
because
And then trying
they
to see again
stopped
and then
and
going,
he did
oh
not
shit, I'm not fine.
ask for assistance.
That
And
ma-
so
that makes
there's no
sense. He
reason
can-
that they would
both
walk,
can be true.
go down
He
and
can be
ride
injured.
in a log. Stopped and talked to this person. They didn't need help.
He can be injured and be like, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, and then trying to get down.
So you're saying then your testimony from about 1
He
minute ago
was,
is incorrect?
based
that
on
it's
other
in the-
witness
there
testimony, he
should
was in
be
a uniform. None of these
log
lawyers
report
asked.
Of Terry Sanderson waving off.
No, that's not what I said.
That's what I thought you said. I
That
thought
may
you
be
said-
what you thought I said.
Oh!
What I said was that when ski patrol goes out and takes a
That
run
may be what you thought I said.
and just observes
got a lot of
things,
papers there. Maybe you got
they put in a
confused.
log that when they leave and make that run. So they do know who was on the hill at that time.
So are you speculating about this? This skier's log? That it
No.
should show this?
This
You know this?
You can talk to Steve Graff when he testifies, because he's the one that told us that they pretty well know who it is. But once again, if somebody stops and talks to somebody for just a few moments and then skis off, they're not going to remember that 4 or 5 years later because it was such a minor incident. They stop and talk to people constantly, and unless there's an incident where they have to respond, it's not going to be something that they keep in their memory.
Right, but the 4 broken ribs, severely broken ribs, my client Terry Sanderson had,
But he
they're the kind
didn't.
that
He didn't tell
make
them
it hard
that.
to breathe, let alone talk.
He didn't tell them
Well-
that though.
And you're speculating that he was not injured, correct?
No, he
I'm
said they
not
told-
speculating.
that's what he
I'm
told
saying
me.
that he never said he was injured.
Right. He told me
There's a
that.
difference.
There is.
Because he couldn't speak
No, he was speaking. He's-
normally?
I have no knowledge of that because I don't know the man. I don't know how he speaks normally.
Just give me a moment.
Oh, his hands are now. He has now arms crossed on the stand. He's now just like, "Arf, this is a bit silly." He seems annoyed, but I can also see him being injured and saying, "I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine." And then they get up to ski down the way a little bit. They ski down the way a little bit, and then he's like, "I can't ski."
Excuse me.
So, we'll
You
see what
say
happens.
if kind of applies to me that you're speculating, or it's not necessarily true. If the patrol log had information about who was skiing down at the time of this crash, we don't have that information.
Remember, these.
I don't think there's any question right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Move to strike
What-
the statement.
Sustained.
Was Brad Falchuk at the scene of the crash?
He was slightly downhill. I don't know, 20 to 30 yards possibly.
Sanderson is in the courtroom right now.
That's slightly 20 to 30 yards.
He was ahead of us.
Did you say, is that your testimony, 20 or 30 yards approximately?
I'd be speculating at this point, but I know that he was ahead of us.
Well, you knew that Craig Ramon was maybe 60, 80 yards, maybe out of the picture
No,
above you.
I didn't say that. I said that he was, time-wise, it took him about 45 seconds to get to us. I never said anything about distance.
What if Craig Ramon was right behind you and you don't have eyes behind your head, do you?
I do know that when I responded and came over, I took off my skis. I was helping both parties. I was over the edge just slightly on skier's right. I could see the whole ski area, ski run in front of me. Mr. Ramon didn't show up for approximately 45 seconds. So all I am saying is that he was it took him longer to come down the run. I have no idea how far up the hill he was, but he was not close
Or how
enough to
fast
be
he
right on the
skis down.
scene.
So the animation where it depicts Mr. Ramon way up the hill is based on not your testimony.
I never saw Mr. Ramon on the animation. Did I?
Are you looking to counsel to answer for you?
I don't remember seeing
That
Mr.
was
Ramon
fair
on the
for
animation.
Cross.
So that part of
Because
the
he did look
animation
and say,
is
"Did I?"
fiction. It's not supported by your opinion.
I do not know where Mr. Ramon was, no.
They're trying to get that thrown out.
That's all for right now, unless. Oh, wait.
No, it's not. Check in with the 3 other lawyers that have things they want you to ask.
If Brad Falchuk said he was first on the scene, is that true?
I think that mistakes his testimony, Your Honor, so object to the form.
The jury will remember what the testimony
Overruled.
is.
Okay. I would say that I was the first one on the scene.
Okay.
That's all for right now.
He just said it was worth a try.
Thank you, Mr. Bueller.
The attorney in the back with the red tie just
Mr.
went, it was
Owens?
worth a try. Okay.
Your Honor, defense, 110.
We can't hear you at this point, Mr. Owens, unfortunately.
Of the prior defense 110. and I
This
have-
is probably going to be outside the scope of cross.
Discuss this,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
as long as the other side has seen it. Oh, you're giving, are these my copies?
Yes, for your
Okay,
binder, and
Why
then
are
I
you
give this-
approaching?
give this
Sure.
to the witness.
yes.
And James, could you bring this up?
He's talking, but I have no idea what he's saying.
Take a look at that. I had a terrible copy of this before, but defense
This
110.
is outside the scope.
Are texts between you and Gwyneth. Do you recognize them?
And you had these
Yes, they're
earlier.
on
Why
my
didn't you
phone.
do this
They're
earlier?
better. They're better quality on your phone than my photographing Gwyneth's phone. Are these true and accurate documents?
Oh, that's much clearer.
Yes, they are.
And so they're 110 A and B, and let's just go through them really quick. Friday, February 26th, that's the day of the event, true? The accident?
Yes.
We went?
Yes.
And are you the dark color on the right or the lighter color on the left?
No, I'm the one that's in dark color.
We went down Bandana. Why are you saying that to Gwyneth?
Okay. Okay. Yes, we went down Bandana.
Okay, cool. We should take north side up. You said yes. We are going to north side again. Feel free to do your own thing. You wrote what?
We are Ruby Lift.
Okay, that's at 10:36. We have new skis.
Nilda,
This
it
is
sounds like he
205
photographed
U,
her
right?
phone
We
instead of
have new
screenshotting
skis.
it. I
We've
wish I
gone
could say
down
I was
Ontario and
surprised.
we're back to Smiles.
But I'm not.
She wrote yay.
Mm-hmm.
And then 229 Moses wants to know if you are skiing, still skiing and where. You wrote that to my client.
Yes.
And she wrote, and a little further down, James, I came in. That guy sort of hurt me.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm going to
Ask him to elicit a yes or no response, please, counsel.
get a massage at 3. Gigi is here if he wants to come in.
I would
Was
like
that
that
a true
plan.
and
I need
accurate
that
statement?
plan.
Yes. Yes.
Can't believe we
By
have
the way,
another hour
so
today.
separate from this, Carrie Oakes.
Blues, same.
uh, she has some memories. Would you defer to her on what she remembers?
I know that
She has some memories.
could testify about Mr. Sanderson's turns because we both observed him making fast, wide turns down the hill.
And Brad Falchuk has some memories, and he's gonna. Would you defer to his memories?
People have memories.
I don't really know Brad at all, and I've never talked to him really, so I can't say anything to that.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
But, yeah.
Like, were you focused on what Carrie was doing and what Brad Falchuk was doing, or were you focused on the two people who had a collision?
I was actually focused on Moses, but part of focusing on Moses is being aware of everything around me.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Owens.
Do we have any more questions, counsel? Any more questions? Any more questions? Give them a second, Owens. Obviously, they're talking and they haven't decided if they're going to ask any other questions and what those questions may be. You went very quickly. Just give them a bleeming second. And answer some questions while we're waiting. So patrol just asked once if okay and then leaves. That's what it seems to say.
Sure, let's take a short break now.
Oh no. Oh. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Why are we taking a break? I guess it's time for the afternoon break. Y'all stretch. We're going to answer some questions. Stretch break.
You are right now, but same instruction as before.
Go ahead and stand up. Oh no.
Can we just get a sense for how many minutes left?
5 or less.
So I had a very narrow redirect, but
You just redirected.
proceed we will.
You just redirected. What more could you possibly have? Okay. 5 minutes of recross, and then he says he's got 5 minutes of redirect. How much longer is this likely to go on for? Do you mean today or like in the overall scheme of things? If we mean like today, then another hour, because court ends around 5 Mountain Daylight Time. If you mean in the totality of the trial, it should only be through Thursday, but I'm not confident. They told the jury 8 days. Today is day 5. So we'll see. How much longer do you think this trial is going to last? Oh, the trial. I think probably till Friday, but we'll see. Hi, Runkle. I didn't see you in the chat. The chat saw you in the chat. So hello. I'm sorry that I missed you. I'm sure I will see you pop up again. It's a lot of chatting. We have 27,000 of you here. Don't forget to do the YouTube things. For those of you that left me comments today saying that you could not find me on YouTube, I will look into it. I will also remind you, you can sign up for lawnerdalert.com. It is where I send out updates and reminders when I'm live. I send out the links to the trials when I am going to be live. I send out when I am not doing trials, I just send out a weekly schedule and then a roundup like, hey, this is what's going on this week. And then I send out information on things you might want to know, like the fact that we have our new Bring the Jury merch back in the Law Nerd shop. Yes, we do. Look at it. There it is. We also have our purple hoodies in the Law Nerd shop. And the much requested by this chat, I have questions sticker, among other things. So you guys can head over there to lawnerdshop.com and bring the jury for yourselves. So things like that also go out on Law Nerd Alert. So if you have not signed up for the Law Nerd Alert yet, now is the time. Geneva said, I used to be able to read text in my textbooks during testing by memory. I like that term, video memory. Oh, you used to be able to like visualize what your textbook said when you were doing tests? Like you could remember what they said by visualizing where it was in the textbook? That would be super fucking helpful. I would love that. I would like some of that. Walkie Talkie said, oh my God, I made a live. Love your work. Thank you for making me laugh. Today is giving me a headache. Tina said, oh my God, what of it was the other Sanderson yelling at himself? I think the other Sanderson came up later, but I think the other Sanderson he's implying that it came up later after the collision. But I could have been Falchuk that yelled at him, perhaps. Perhaps photographic memory. I have a coworker that has that too. That would be lovely. A lot of you were like, me too. Me too. So love that you also have bouts of musical Tourette's. I mean, I think it's part of the way my brain processes. I'm very much an auditory human. So I remember things and hear things through song lyrics, and I definitely share them. I think we need a demonstrative of GP screaming. Well, we definitely got that with Sanderson saying that she was screaming. Everyone said she screamed but her. So where do you fall down on the balance? Fall down's the wrong word in this crash. Where do you parse what was said? Music to my soul, the Law Nerd alerts keep going out. So I would go and make sure they're not going to your promotion folder or your spam folder. I would go look for them at emilydbaker.com. I would search in your email for an email coming from me, because we have been sending them out. And I know that at least one went out this morning, but they have been going out all week. So I would just go check your email and make sure. So I wonder where you decide. Like, she said she didn't scream, but could have screamed when she got hit. Maybe he says she screamed. The other instructor said she screamed. So where was the scream and when? But the scream was enough to grab the attention of the ski instructor. So Aaron asked, why didn't Paltrow settle the case? At the end of the day, regardless of who was at fault, TS was clearly injured with broken ribs. Though if it's not her fault, is she responsible for that, would be the argument on the other side. I don't even know if this plaintiff wanted to settle, and I don't know if this plaintiff would settle unless there was like a public apology and stuff like that. He said at the end of his testimony this morning, no one believed how serious my injuries were. Lots of insults since then. It's contrary to my values. So I wonder if they reached a stalemate in being able to settle it, because look here, I posed this to the chat the other day, and I will pose it to the chat again. If you heard Gwyneth Paltrow settles ski collision, do you assume that she did something wrong? Do you assume that she's at fault? And so she might also be like, no, you can't just collide with me on a ski slope, say I collided with you, and then extort me for money. And then I pay you, and then everybody thinks that I'm wrong. So it might just be a battle of the wills. But if you settle, everyone's going to think it's your fault, even if it's not. I agree with you. He is clearly injured. It is, I think, uncontroverted that he's been injured. The extent of his injuries are in controversy. But who caused it? And so I don't think Gwyneth Paltrow wants to admit fault at all. Owned by 3 bullies and Dane. I'm confused. I always thought it was question, cross, redirect, help a confused law nerd. Okay, this courtroom is allowed for more, and these things vary, so your mileage may vary. Direct, cross, redirect. This court has been allowing recross and then redirect. And that's been going back and forth as long as they stay within the scope. That's going to vary by judge and by jurisdiction. Why didn't James use x-ray vision on TS that day? I should have. Kristen said, I fell off my bike during a race. Wasn't till about 4 miles later I realized I wasn't okay and needed to call it a day. Adrenaline carries you further than you think sometimes, which is also a very fair point. Terry Sanderson might have thought, oh, I'll be okay, especially if you've collided and maybe had the wind knocked out of you. Maybe you think, oh, I'm sore because of that. And then you start trying to ski again and you're like, oh shit, not okay. So I can understand it, but I don't know what people are supposed to do, right? If he said, I'm fine to ski patrol and everyone else, and then his friend is like, you are clearly not fine. I think those two stories, I don't think they are contradicted. Right? I think those two things are the same. It's not that he's not injured at the time he's waving off ski patrol. I think it's just that he's waving them off or doesn't perceive it just yet or thinks he will be fine and then realizes that he's not. So when did he get the toboggan? A little bit later. So I don't know how much later, but he went down the slope a little bit with his friend and then realized that he could not continue skiing. He said his friend said, Terry, you've forgotten how to ski. I don't think his friend quite said it that way, but, and then he went that way. Where is the ski patrol report? Zoe, we might get to see that from the ski patroller who took him down in the toboggan, but I'm not sure. Lindsay said, don't think he was out for 10 minutes. I don't either, but it's easy to overestimate time when stressed, especially if you were like me and have time blindness. Yes. And what I would say, if you're ever in a circumstance where you have to answer questions like this, if you don't know, it is better to say that you don't know. If somebody's like, well, how long can you estimate? I can't estimate. It is better if you don't know to not try to fill in. And we saw Terry say that earlier in his testimony today, like, oh, I don't know. I wonder if I was just filling in. I do that. Let's see. The court is coming back onto the stand.
Mr. Christiansen, you can come on up. Jury's on their way in.
Can the jury say no fault or both
Could
at
you
fault and still award money for his
verify that they
injuries?
are?
They can try, but nobody will be awarded. If nobody's at fault, no one gets damages.
Okay.
You can, He doesn't have to stay up there.
Did you have any redirect?
No, I mean, there'd be a small possibility we'd call him later in the week if something new comes up. But
Okay.
You said he wasn't
I'll just excuse you
available.
in front of the jury then.
You said he wasn't available any other time.
Next witness in
Unicorn.
the courtroom?
Ice Foxy.
Yeah, go ahead. Right.
I will just say, if you are having problems with YouTube notifications, lawnerdalert.com, I cannot stress it enough. Just go there and I will keep you in the loop. And then if after this trial you're like, I don't want them anymore, that's fine. You can just say stop. Thank you for your content. You've taught me so much. That's what I'm here for. Love to do it. Can this jury take notes? I have no idea. Speaking of music, do you listen to Alter Bridge? I've never heard of Alter Bridge. Jenny said, as an affiant, I'm still blown away that people actually see a movie in their mind when they read a book. It's magic to me. Yeah, that doesn't happen for me either. So when people are like, oh, this character doesn't
Thank you.
match my description in the movie,
So,
I'm
Mr.
like,
Christiansen,
wait,
there are
you
no
can
more
see them?
questions for you from the lawyers, so you're excused for today, but you may be called back.
We could talk about
Thank
this
you.
forever, truly.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good afternoon. Yes. And maybe once you get up to the microphone, if you could state your full name and spell it. Thank you.
Ooh, her boots are cute.
Whitney Smith, Whitney Smith.
Hello, Whitney Smith. We like your boots and we're glad James is back. Yay.
Whitney, thank you for being here, and
Robert H.
we will try to get through you quickly. We're at the end
Don't
of the day.
get through her,
and
just
we
be
wanna,
kind.
Make sure that we're respectful of your time here. We, again, appreciate you coming. Let's begin by asking you where you're from.
I'm from Michigan.
And have you ever met Gwyneth Paltrow?
No,
Have you ever met Terry Sanderson?
I have.
How did you meet him?
I met him at Deer Valley, I believe it was in 2016.
And what was the nature of that interaction?
I responded to an incident on the Bandana Run where he was injured.
Okay, and do you
She
have
looks a little
memories of
nervous.
that day and those events?
I do.
I wonder
Okay, and
why.
as I understand it, you also created a report
I
about
wonder why
that?
plaintiff
Yes.
didn't call
Okay,
her.
and we'll look at that report. But you were in, I think, the capacity of a ski patrol person when you came upon him, or when you were called to the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give the jury just a sense of your experience and training that got you to that point that you could be a ski patrol person?
Sure. At that point I had my EMT basic, which is our level, and I think that was my second year patrolling. So we had some medical training, and we set up ropes, pads, boundaries, everything around the mountain, and respond to incidents.
Do you have any EMT training?
She
I
just
do,
said
yes,
that.
I'm an emergency
James,
medical technician.
She said she had
Okay.
EMT basic.
And can you give the jury just a sense of what that means?
Sure. It's
It's a course.
sort of basic first aid that we're able to render there on the slopes.
more than basic when
deal
you
with
have
any kind
EMT
of
training,
life
I would
threats.
say.
And then our main deal with ski patrol is stabilize the patient and remove them from a cold environment down to somewhere where we can reassess.
Okay. And did you have that training at the time of the accident?
I did.
Okay. How many years had you been an EMT before then, do you recall?
I think it was about 2 years at that point.
So you had seen other accidents like that, or you had come upon other accidents with that EMT
Well-
training to respond?
I had responded to more than several incidents at that point.
Okay.
She
Do you
is
have
the
any
one
rough
who-
estimate as to how many?
No, I don't.
She is the one who
sorry.
tobogganed
That's
him
fine.
off the hill.
Um,
Chat, I see you trying to ship James and Whitney.
Let's go with
They
your
might not wanna
memories
be
first, and we'll go
shipped.
to your report real briefly. What do you recall caused you to go to that scene where Mr. Sanderson had called you?
I don't have
I'll
a
bet that's very
specific
cool.
recollection of the radio call, but I know that Flagstaff Mountain, which was where Bandana is, was called and notified that there was potentially an incident on Bandana, and then I was sent to respond to that.
And what was your understanding at the time of what the incident was that needed a response?
I wasn't sure at that point what it was. It just came in as probably, we call it a possible 1050, a possible incident, and the location.
Got it. And then what do you remember seeing when you got to
This
that
questioning is so
When I
refreshingly
came
clear
up,
and linear.
I saw Mr. Sanderson standing on the side of the
It's
run.
just so nice.
You know, there's
It's
a
like-
mountain host present who I believe was the one who made the radio call, and a friend was there. And then I skied up and began talking with them.
point? Okay. And what's your role? What are the things that you typically do when you respond to an incident like this?
Sure. So as I come into a scene, I'm already doing a bit of a scene size up. Sometimes there's clues, right? If there had been like skis up the run and someone's way down, you can tell something happened. So a size up to maybe get a feel for what's going on, and then I go in and I usually introduce myself, ask them their name, and just sort of, hey, what's happened? What's going on today? And then from there, do you have any pain or anything like that?
And was there,
He
was
has
it
been
your
in the
understanding
courtroom,
that there
Jill.
had been a collision?
Not offhand, but once I had gotten there, when I asked what had happened, they said there was a collision.
And who reported that to you?
Mr. Sanderson.
And what did he tell you?
I don't recall specifically. I think when I asked, like, hey, what happened, they just said there was a collision up higher. And then they had skied down and decided that they couldn't keep skiing down and needed assistance.
Got it. So you got to a site that was different from the collision site?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember hearing anything from Mr.
Manicath, good
Ramon, the
luck
friend
with
that was
your
there?
appointment.
While I was doing my assessment, I don't remember specific words, but I know that he had mentioned a couple of times that there was a collision beforehand and who may have been involved.
Did he ever tell you that he had witnessed the collision?
No, he was mostly talking to Mr. Sanderson, and I was
that's
kind
why
of
they didn't
overhearing
call
while
him.
I was assessing.
Okay. And what was your assessment in terms of the potential for physical injury?
So as I was
Some
talking with
judges
him,
do,
I
some
was
judges don't.
asking him if he had pain. I do
don't-
recall he was
there's not
talking
really a
about
norm.
some right-sided rib pain, so we went through and made sure breathing and whatnot was okay. And then he said he was able to answer all my questions appropriately, but did seem a bit rattled.
Okay. Do you remember him complaining about anything related to his brain or his head?
I don't recall.
Did you observe him to have any cognitive disability or limitations?
Per my assessment, he was alert and oriented by 4, which is part of our assessment there, which means he's 4 out of 4.
Okay, and explain that to the jury, the 4x4 idea.
He's alert and orient.
So it's to see if you're oriented
Time, place,
to person,
location.
place, time, and event. So I'll ask, do they know who they are? Do they know what day it is? Event, do they know what happened? And then person, place.
Time.
And I usually give them sort of a general, like, politics question, like who's the president? If they can answer that, then they're usually
Oriented as to
doing that.
decade.
Got it. So you're just trying to test that they're cognitively aware
Mhm.
and able to speak to you, communicate with you.
Yes.
And you do that every time as a matter of course, just any time you are on a scene and
You
assessing
can-
a person.
Yeah, you can typically just kind of throw those in for conversation and get a feel of how someone is cogniting.
So you feel confident that you did that.
I did do that.
Did you do anything to assess the rib pain at that point?
I don't recall specifically doing that. I can tell you how I would do that, so I can tell with confidence if that's what I wrote in my report, that is what I did.
Okay. And speaking of the report, what's the
In 2016.
reason that you actually wrote
Can you
out a
imagine? This
report
is
in
why
this
you write
case?
reports. If you're ever in a field where you have to write
When we go on an incident with
reports.
someone who has an injury, we just fill out paperwork for everyone's liability and future needs.
Okay. Just trying to get down what the facts that were reported to you and that you observed.
Sure.
And I think
Okay, so you
earlier
assessed
Sanderson was
Mr.
sitting with
Sanderson
his
on the
attorneys.
hill.
I don't know if he's still there.
And
This is the angel on
at
the
that
slope.
Point, did
yes.
he know who hit him?
This is the ski patrol.
No, he never said who hit him. He just was like, yes, I was in a collision.
Did he know what had happened?
He, aside from saying,
hi,
I believe, according to my paperwork, he said he
You
was
scared
hit
me.
from behind. So that was what he told me.
What,
and
you're
a
taking over
collision,
my
but
lap?
Beyond that, he didn't have much in the way of specifics.
George, you're
Okay.
so feisty. You didn't even say hi to the lawners.
And then what about Mr. Ramon? Did he
Hi.
report to you any details about what he had seen?
He mentioned a couple times that the skier involved had been
Okay,
Ms.
okay.
Paltrow. But beyond that, there were no
Ramon was
specifics
the
of,
one who was into
like,
it.
how it happened.
And do you know how he
I'm
knew
not
it was Miss
shocked.
Paltrow?
I do not. I hazarded a guess that he had seen, but I don't know for sure.
Was it a little surprising that a name that you knew, like a celebrity name, had come up?
Did you know she
Sure,
was on the
it
mountain
wasn't
that
what I
day?
expected for the day.
Not on her bingo
Right, and,
card, Chad.
Was Mr. Ramon believable to you?
He wasn't. I wasn't talking a whole ton directly to him because I was busy. I wanted to assess my
just here,
patient and make
George.
sure that
I
he was in a good
For your comfort,
in a good
clearly.
way and didn't need anything super immediate. So
Hi.
I do recall when it had been brought
Are
up
we
that there was a
sitting? What are we
collision
doing?
that I had asked if the other party was okay because I wanted to make sure there wasn't another injured person floating around somewhere.
I see. But you didn't
So
have
now
your
we know
own
who brought up
conversation with
Gwyneth
Mr.
Paltrow. It
Ramon
was
about what he
George.
had
Not George.
seen.
George is my cat. It was
And
Ramon.
what about,
Sorry,
did
George.
you hear anything about someone being unconscious, Mr. Sanderson being unconscious for a few minutes?
No, I didn't get that reported. That would have upped the seriousness of that call for me really fast.
Yeah, so that's my next question. If you had heard Mr. Sanderson was unconscious for 2 minutes or
She
a
would have
long
sent him
time,
out in an ambulance.
what would you have done?
That would have been if you're reporting a loss of consciousness. Typically, you get to leave the resort in an ambulance.
You
That's
get
kind
the
of
pleasure
where that goes.
of a ride
even
with
if you're
paramedics.
mentating correctly for me there, if I hear you were out cold on the snow for 2 minutes, I'm going to call an ambulance and let you refuse them directly.
And
Because head injuries are
what about
something you
loss of
don't
consciousness
fuck
for a
with.
shorter period of time than that, even 5 seconds?
Sure, it's kind of any loss of consciousness. If someone said, "Hey, this person was out," I'm going to start looking at
And
them.
out
Okay,
you
and
go
you feel
with the
confident that you did not
paramedics.
hear about anything like that?
Enjoy
recall everything,
EMS.
And I think I asked you this, but just to make sure, did Mr. Ramon tell you how he believed that, led him to believe that Mrs. Paltrow had been the other person in the collision?
I know, aside from saying the name, he didn't expound.
Okay, so then once you've
So the friend
done
didn't
that
tell
assessment,
her what
we
happened.
covered that assessment, I should ask. That on the
Ramon
hill.
said this was a very bad
I'm
crash.
sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, have we covered what you did in that assessment? Will you remember
Wouldn't
in
you
that
tell
assessment
her?
on the hill?
Yes,
Ramon?
I mean, there's a bit more to it, probably.
Okay, then
than
please tell the jury.
over.
Yes, I don't
Okay.
want to cut you off.
Sure, there's it's a head to toe, right? It's not just if you tell me your ribs hurt, I'm absolutely going to look at that, but they can distract from other things. So it's a head to toe assessment to make sure that there's nothing sneaky happening elsewhere. And then I would have palpated the ribs, have him breathe in, make sure that's all going properly.
That would have
Got
been
it, okay.
really painful.
And what were your findings after that head-to-toe assessment?
The majority was that rib pain. He wasn't having trouble breathing, so I was comfortable with that. But he definitely had something going on in that vicinity.
Okay.
George, you can't just move my
Got
microphone
it.
out of the way because it's annoying.
Then, as I understand it, I think Mr. Sanderson has spoken to this, that
You little
he
cinnamon
was
roll.
taken on a toboggan, is that right?
Correct, yeah. I packaged him in the sled and took him down to our first
I
aid area.
packaged him up
Okay, and what happened after that?
We would have gone into first aid and
like a snow
I think
roll. Like,
sort of reassess once we're in a place where, okay, pull your jacket off, pull your helmet off. Does anything else hurt now that it's been a few minutes? And then from there, I do recall I spent a fair amount of time waiting for his friend to bring the car around. So we chatted for
Ramon
a
not
bit.
telling
And
her
when you say a bit,
about him being unconscious
an
is
estimate of how long that actually
It's
happened.
interesting to me.
Around 2 hours.
Okay, and
Oh.
how long was the assessment on the hill?
It was probably 10 minutes. That's a rough estimate, but
they were
10
together for
to
about
15
2 hours
before
after
we
the
were
crash.
packaged and moving.
So you spent a lot more time with him in the first aid
I did.
clinic.
Yeah.
Sorry, is
I-
that
I did, yes,
Yes, it's okay.
You have to answer yes or
and,
no.
And is that typical that you would stay with a patient for 2 hours?
It's a bit abnormal. We do try and get back up into rotation, but also GBAS customer service says that we stay with the patient until the end, make sure, A to B, they're on their way and are in a good spot. And it's also just good medical care to not say see you bye.
Right.
To not
right.
just say
That
see
makes
ya
sense.
bye.
And was
I like
there
this witness very much.
any reason, aside from waiting for this car, that you needed to stay with him for 2 hours?
This witness
I
has
wanted
been
to
very
keep
helpful
assessing
for
and make
me.
sure that he didn't trend downward in any of his symptoms, which he did not. So that was the main reason, was
Has
just to
this
make sure
witness
he
been
got
helpful
on
for
his
you?
way.
Okay, so was there any indication early in the first aid visit, the reassessment down?
What do you need,
at
George?
the bottom of the hill,
Can I
that
get-
he
can I
would
get you a
need 2
snack?
hours
Like,
of care
sir.
from you?
No.
I'm streaming.
Okay, and why do you say that?
He wasn't, trending downward. His symptoms were staying the same with his root pain, and sort of that rattled kind of feeling that I'd noted on the hill seemed to be dissipating. We were able to converse pretty well.
Okay, and was there any time during all of that afternoon
It says
that
a
you
lot to
spent
me
with Mr.
that
Sanderson
the angel
you,
on the hill was not
saw
called
evidence of a head injury
by
or a
Terry
brain
Sanderson's
injury?
attorneys.
No, as time went on, I said this guy is ANO4, so I felt comfortable releasing him private vehicle.
And was that ANO4? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay, and again, that
Alert
means that
and
he was
oriented
alert to those
times
4
4.
different categories you mentioned earlier.
Correct.
And I think he earlier told the jury that you gave him some things to remember.
Yes,
Do you
yeah,
recall that?
There's a handful of sort of head assessments you can do, and that's one of them. I'll usually give somebody 3 words, and then sort of periodically throughout the scene time, I'll ask them to repeat that for me.
Right, and was one of them your horse's name?
No, that's not usually one I use.
Oh, okay.
I use Blue Snow 24 without fail the whole time I patrolled.
Okay, okay.
So,
And
Wait, then why does he know your
Um,
horse's name? Ma'am?
let's see, so
Wait a second.
you were
What?
doing various tests to make sure that he was fully alert and his cognitive facilities were intact, is that correct?
correct.
And you found no concern?
Ma'am.
He was not trending down.
Blue Snow 24.
But did you
Blue
encourage
Snow
him to
24.
go get further care at all?
I did, yeah.
And
I
what
His
was that
story
for?
He
was
had the
completely
rib pain,
different than
and I told him
this.
if any other concerns came up, then you should talk to whoever sees you at the clinic.
Okay, got it. So let's go to your report. Well, actually, let's finish the
They
day.
did chat
so
for
you
2
finished
hours.
with him once he got a ride and you knew that he was okay,
Mm-hmm.
that he had someone to take him. What did you do after that?
I
did
would
chat
have
for 2 hours,
rotated
but
back to the top. I don't have a
his memory
specific
of what
memory
she
of
asked
that, but I
Him
would've
to
rotated
remember
back
and
to the
his
top of the
memory of what
mountain
she asked him to
checked in.
remember
Okay,
are very different.
got it. And then, did you talk to anybody else during the day after you had been with Mr. Sanderson about what had happened?
Sure. When I came in for the evening, he was then our patrol director, Steve Graff. I just sort of mentioned like, oh hey, it's kind of a interesting sidebar. Somebody said they saw Ms. Paltrow on the slopes today. May have had something to do with my incident, and it was
That's
sort
my
of just
sweater. George.
a 3-minute conversation, and then.
And what was there any discussion about the injuries, or was it just the fact that it was Ms. Paltrow involved?
Just the fact that maybe she was involved.
I see. And
Sweater.
you obviously were not there. I think you've made it clear you weren't there at the actual collision and you didn't see what happened, correct?
Correct.
And you never saw Ms. Paltrow that day?
I did not.
You didn't talk to her?
No.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna put your report on the screen here. It will also come up on that screen.
Okay.
I believe it has already been published to the jury. This is Defense 24A. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's also Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's see. This is
What?
I'm using a different
What?
cord here up here that I haven't been using back at my table.
The old tech?
It's not working.
The old tech's not.
Plug it in.
It's always the chords. It's always the chords, James. We know this. George, you can say hi. James, George wants to say hi. Thanks for taking a pause. Oh, you don't want to say hi at all, do you?
Sorry for that.
You're like,
Miss Wade.
stop it and put me back in the
That
lap.
didn't work in.
Puts me in the lap. Puts me in the lap. George is just like, ugh, whatever. All right, James, I know. Why don't we have James the whole time? I don't know. James is so easy to follow.
Okay. I think
James,
let's go back
do you
to
notice how many
this.
sidebars we've had?
This one works.
None. We've had none. You know how many objections we've had? None. James's questioning is linear, it's relevant, it's easy to follow. You know,
Should be.
the things that help. I'm not even annoyed that his chords aren't working. Go ahead, James. We got a minute, boo. It's fine. We're going to answer some questions. Resort probably doesn't want celebs losing ski lawsuits. I mean, that's fair, but they got yeeted from it.
Okay, there we go. Sorry for that. Wade.
Renata,
Thank you for your patience.
fanfic mode on.
Okay,
I
so
think
is
the
this
chat
your
has gone that
report?
direction
It
today.
is.
And when did you create it?
That
The
day?
date on it is the 26th
George,
of February.
you leave that
2016,
computer
so that's-
alone.
That's what I wrote
George.
in it.
Okay, do you remember what time in the day?
I don't specifically recall, but it does say 12 p.m. on there.
Okay, got it. And I'm just going to go through a few parts of it here. So if we pull up the
George, if you
the
unplug
first
my internet,
part.
sir.
I'm actually, I apologize.
We need to redact this.
I'm on.
I heard we need to redact this, but I don't know what needs to be redacted.
Yeah. Should I redact that first part?
Probably.
I apologize.
Thanks,
I
James.
had it redacted on here and it just deleted.
It does that. I'm glad they're worried about redacting. That's helpful. And I think James,
Okay.
I think this witness is
So,
a good witness for
My
Paltrow,
apologies. Okay.
especially
So,
with
I just want to point out a
Mr.
couple things. So
Ramon
here on the
talking
right
all about
side,
it being
there's
Gwyneth
a weight
Paltrow.
and a height.
It sounds like
You see
Mr.
that?
Ramon was into it.
And do you just get that from a report from the patient?
I typically just ask, yes.
Okay, got it.
Self-report.
And then
Ooh, let me make me
here
small.
it says collision, and you
Wait,
say
bring it back. That was
yes.
me. We're
Correct.
professionals.
Yes.
And then here
It
it says
said
with,
5'8",
and it says
175.
unknown, other party not present. Why did you write that?
Because Mr. Sanderson wasn't sure about who the person involved with the collision was, and they weren't there for me to find out.
Got it.
So height, weight,
then
5'8",
if we
175.
To this next section here,
I'm Georged.
there's mention of similar injury or illness, and it says yes.
Yes.
Do you see that? And then it says year 2010. Do you recall what that was regarding?
I don't recall the specific mention of what happened in 2010, but that relates directly to what I check lower down in the form as the injury. So it would have been for the ribs.
Okay, got it. Yeah, let's go to that. So down here where you talk about the injury, it's a section that's called possible injury, correct? Here on the
Correct.
side?
Yes.
And you checked fracture.
Fred is mischief,
I see
George is
there's a
managed.
X there, correct?
Yes.
And strain and sprain.
Those are the possibilities.
What were those connected to?
To the ribs, yes.
Okay.
We do not diagnose, so that's why it's possible.
Got it. And then there's also a note of, or a box relating to concussion, and then head over here. Those are not checked, correct?
Correct.
And would you have checked those if you were concerned about possible concussion?
I would have.
And then
And
a head
again-
injury as well?
Correct.
The
And then
plaintiff said
this
she
little
was worried
section
about
over here, it says
that.
other, and then if I'm reading your handwriting correctly, it says ribs?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
But he also said he was
And then it
focusing
says
to pass
right
the
over
brain
here. Is
test.
that related to the ribs?
The right side, yes.
Okay, so this document is an accurate representation of the injuries that you thought he possibly sustained on that day.
Correct.
Okay.
Interesting.
And this also mentions that first aid was rendered both at injury site. You had an assessment, correct?
Yes.
And then also in the aid area, you reassessed.
Correct.
And you've already explained those two assessments, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's one
They
part
didn't
that
get
I
into the prior 2010 injury much, other
redacted
than
that I want to
he had a similar
pull
injury. I
up,
wonder if he had a
so give
prior
me
ski
second.
accident. We haven't heard anything about that. They didn't cross-examine on that. So we don't have any more information about it. It's just left lingering in my mind.
Okay, so this section here says corrective lenses required, and it says yes. Do you see that? Oh, whoops.
It's gone, sorry.
Yep, sorry.
Do you see that?
Go
She's
ahead,
like,
go ahead.
no.
So corrective lenses required,
Yes.
yes. And then it says worn, and you check
No.
no, correct?
Correct.
And why would you have done that?
I'll ask them the corrective lenses question if they do need them. If
This
they tell
is-
me yes and I don't visibly see glasses,
her
I'll ask
report?
if they have contacts in.
She is ski
and if they
patrol.
tell me no, then I'll check no.
So
Okay,
she is
got
ski
it.
patrol. She is not a
The second page
paramedic.
of your report
She is an EMT ski
Defendant's
patrol.
Exhibit 24B, and I think we've already published this, correct? No objections?
No, we have plaintiff's exhibit 1, which is the exact same document.
Similar, right, okay, thanks. And then here, I just wanted to point out, there's various places where you get to kind of describe a little more detail, correct?
Yes.
And here's a section where you get to talk about what you did, and it says
Okay,
assessment,
that's fair.
you see
Thank you,
that?
Chad.
Yes.
And then mild disorientation, what did you mean by that?
So I put assessment, and then those would be my findings on that assessment. His mild disorientation when I was there was the lack of specificity for what had happened during the collision. He was able to tell me that there was a collision and not much beyond that, or who was involved, and then the rib pain that we found.
Okay, so that mild disorientation, and when you wrote it, you didn't mean that to indicate any cognitive problems or concern for concussion, anything like that?
I think it did originally spike my concern for a head injury because he wasn't able to tell me how he fell. But then as time went on, I became less concerned about that, as I noted later.
Right, and are you referring to the reassessment that says disorientation lessened?
Yes.
Got it, okay. I also note on this page that there's a section down here that says witness, and there's contact information, identifying information you could have put here, but you didn't put anything. Is that correct?
Correct.
And why didn't you put anything?
No one seemed to be a direct witness to
First
what
to be a
happened.
witness. So
Okay.
the friend didn't
If Mr.
identify
Ramon had
himself.
told you, I saw this and here's what happened,
As
you
a
would put
witness.
his name here?
Yes.
Interesting.
And at the bottom, you can't see it that well with what I called out, but is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Whoops. So sorry about that. If you
Y'all, we're just a
go
couple
here,
hundred subs
right at
away
the bottom,
from hitting
it says, I carefully read the
712.
above statement and it is true and
So if you haven't
accurate."
subscribed,
Yes.
And then that's your
That'd be
signature
great.
That's
after
my
that.
signature, correct.
Okay, and you stand by that signature?
I do.
Okay.
that's my signature.
Let's go back to 24A real quickly because there's one part I want to hit that I missed. Actually, I need more than that. There's this section that says injured's description of incident. And it says was hit from behind, correct?
Correct.
And
Thanks, y'all.
am I reading this correctly that this was Mr. Sanderson who, Mr. Sanderson's description because
Wait,
he
wrong
was
one.
the injured?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Typically, I ask the injured party what happened, and then I'll write down exactly what they told me.
Got it. Okay.
Am I reading that correctly?
There's also an
Yes.
addendum to your report, right?
There is.
And
Ooh, what's
can you
the
tell
addendum?
the jury why you made an addendum to your report?
Sure. And I forget who exactly made the request, but it was just requested that I fill out an extra form with anything else I might have remembered.
Okay, and this is Defendant's Exhibit 25B, and I think it has been published. No objection, correct?
No objection. It's also part of Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Great. Okay, so is this the additional comments that you made?
It is.
Okay, and there's a date down at the bottom, I note, that's 3/18/2016, which is obviously after the accident, correct?
Correct.
And so, again, why did you do this a few weeks later?
She said she was
Sure.
asked
To my knowledge, it had come to note that maybe Ms. Paltrow had been present on the mountain, and with all the different information coming through the office, I wasn't privileged to that. They thought that maybe they would want some more information for that, so they asked me to write it down.
Okay, so was there
were
a
there
question in your
inquiries?
mind initially about whether Ms. Paltrow actually was involved?
No, it wasn't something I was really thinking about.
Okay, so you weren't sure
Correct.
whether what Mr. Ramon said was true?
Yes, I was just focused on patient care at that
Right.
point.
Okay. And if we go to the actual comments here, let's do your first paragraph. Do you mind reading it for us?
Sure.
Great.
I recall that upon arriving on scene on Bandana at the bridge, I found the patient, Terry, standing on the right side of the run in his skis. The mountain host that had radioed patrol was above doing traffic control. A friend of Terry's was also present, a large man, blue jacket, black pants, dark hair, hereby referred to as large male friend.
I remember
Terry
her
said that he
calling
was
him
uncertain
large
what had
male friend.
happened. LMF told Terry that a woman had struck him from behind, knocking him down. LMF stated he had believed that the woman had been Gwyneth Paltrow.
Okay, so there's this note, I think you've already described this, but I want to make sure I understand. Terry said that he was uncertain what had happened. He actually told you that?
Correct.
Okay. And then LMF, who you understand is Craig Ramon, is that right?
Yes.
And told Terry that a woman had struck him from behind, knocking him down. So that was something you heard Ramon tell Terry?
Yes.
He didn't tell you that?
No.
Okay. Let's go to the next section here. Do you mind
Chat,
reading
I
it
will
for
be
us?
right back.
I asked if anyone had spoken to the woman. Can I call him Craig in this. Is that all right?
Sure, I mean, you know who it is that
Craig
you met.
said he had asked her if she was all right. He said she had told him she was fine and skied away. During assessment, transport, and time in first aid, Craig continued to say that the woman involved in the collision was Gwyneth Paltrow.
So you remember that he kept bringing up this point of Miss Paltrow's involvement?
I do.
And you don't know how he knew it was her?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then I think the last section, which I guess is a couple paragraphs, sorry, I cut that off. So at Empire First Aid, we were met by 3 others from Terry's skiing group. Do you remember that?
I do.
And who were those?
According to this, it was a blonde woman, a man, and Debbie.
Okay, and you didn't have any interaction with them, or did you?
I don't specifically recall it. I do know they came into first aid to check on their friend, but that's the extent of my recollection there.
Okay, and did they stay with Terry the whole time he was there?
No, after, and I don't know how long, everybody went back out skiing and one went to go get the car.
Okay, and left Terry with you alone?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's another sentence here. It seems like similar things you've said before. I recall LMF or Craig reiterating to the group his identification of the woman to have been Gwyneth Paltrow. Do you see that?
I do.
And when you write his identification of the woman, does that mean that it was your understanding that he personally identified the person as Miss Paltrow?
That was, yes. I guess I probably made the assumption that it was a site thing, and that's what he had come up with.
Okay. And then eventually Debbie, who had left to retrieve the car, came back and picked him up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, you identify LMF as Craig.
It came back to me, yes.
Okay. When you say it came back, you couldn't remember his name at the start, but then later remembered it?
Correct.
Okay. As you were writing out and bringing these memories back?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So is it fair to say that his ribs, or let me I'll ask it this way, were his ribs his chief complaint?
Yes.
And he did not offer any indication to you of a head injury?
No.
Oh, whoops, sorry. I have just one last thing I want to look at, and then I think we're done.
Promise it's one last thing?
So dizziness, loss of balance, did you observe anything like that?
No, I was monitoring for those things and didn't see them.
Blurred vision,
No.
ringing in the ears,
No.
sensitivity to light,
No.
sensitivity to sound,
No.
mood changes,
Hello,
Not that I observed.
was he dazed or confused?
No.
Was he dazed and confused?
You talk about a headache,
No.
nausea,
No.
vomiting,
No.
fatigue.
I don't know if I asked him about that one.
Okay.
So not that I recall there.
Okay, got it. Any speech problems?
Not that I noticed.
And the jury has seen a picture of you before.
Okay.
Sorry to inform you.
What do you mean, sorry
We
to
have been
inform
talking about
you?
already.
Okay.
I'm sure
And
the
do you
jury thinks
remember
she's
Mr.
lovely,
Sanderson
sir.
taking a picture
I do.
of you
Yes.
during that first aid?
Yes, while we were at Empire First Aid.
Yeah, and did you note at any time, was he on his phone and making a post about that picture?
Oh, hello,
I'm not
Fred.
sure. I don't recall.
Did you help him
It
put
is a
together a
kerfuffle
post
of
at all?
cats.
No.
Okay.
Or a cat.
Did you
Huddle,
check his eyes carefully?
I did, yes. We assess for basically pupil reactivity when you shine a light, if they're
Hello,
constricting
Fred.
and then dilating back out again.
Okay,
Wanna say hi to the
and you
chat?
remember doing that?
His were equal and reactive.
No.
Okay, and what does that tell you if they're equal and reactive?
It's just another test to see if potentially there is a brain bleed, mostly.
Okay, got it.
We have all the cats today.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
On
Egan.
to cross-examination. Bueller.
Mr. Bueller?
What? I am covered in George fuzz. Fred's giving me dirty looks.
I think the plaintiff's or defendant's exhibit of your report is a little bit clearer. The one we have is a little less clear on page 3. What was that exhibit number for defendant?
Which part of it? The first page?
Is it each one a separate exhibit?
Yeah, 26. It's around So 24A is the first page of the incident report?
B, C.
Yeah, they're slightly out of order.
The supplemental report is
Isn't it easy
25B.
to follow
Yeah,
a
that's what
story
they-
when
that's
the
what they-
cross-examination is smooth and linear? Isn't it lovely when it's just
Okay.
clear questions?
Uh,
Venus,
are
I
you
have
qualified to diagnose
ginger brother cats
TBI
that
or
cause
brain
mischief.
injury?
Yes, we named
No,
them
I do
Fred
not
and George.
diagnose.
You noted on your report that
And they
there was,
are mischief and
under
managed.
assessment, the first thing you wrote was mild disorientation, correct?
Correct.
Fred, you are now
And-
causing chaos.
And rib pain right side, correct?
Correct.
And then transport via toboggan to
Fred.
EFA, that's Empire First Aid.
It is.
And then reassessment, disorientation lessened, but the disorientation was still apparent at the first aid station, right?
Not by the time Mr. Sanderson left, no.
But before, when he got there at the first aid station, he had mild disorientation.
I do not recall that being down there.
Okay.
Okay.
And you did not believe
He's harder to hear than James.
Craig Ramon, the large male friend, LMF, when he told you or told in your
LMFAO.
presence that it was Gwyneth Paltrow
Sorry.
who had hit Terry from behind?
It seemed like sort of an unbelievable statement at the time.
Kind of like that man appeared on the scene, that strange.
Similar.
Interesting. I don't think they love that.
And
It seems
was,
like an unbelievable statement at the
supervisor
time.
that asked you to write that report that you hand wrote
This lawyer's
3
hard to
weeks
hear.
later, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was Terry Sanderson very appreciative of your assistance that day?
Yes, I remember him being very kind.
Yeah, do you understand he still is very appreciative of what you did?
I'm glad. Glad I could help him.
Sure.
Okay.
Great.
You said he was rattled on the hill.
Yes.
As
What
people
does
are after a
rattle- well,
crash.
does rattled mean disorientation?
That is my version of it, yes. That is how I would present that.
So is rattled or disorientation, is that a possible sign of a concussion?
Not in the way that I was presenting it, but I can see how it could come off that way.
Is it possible he could have had a concussion because he was rattled and disoriented?
It's my tests, we were coming out with no, but again, I don't diagnose, so down the line, someone else could come up with something different.
Someone who's qualified to diagnose a concussion?
Correct.
She said, I don't
Okay,
diagnose.
and you're not qualified to diagnose a
I
concussion?
do not diagnose.
Okay. You
She
encouraged
said he was
Terry
oriented
Sanderson to go to the
by
clinic,
4.
correct?
I did.
He hit his head and he was rattled. He said he got his bell rung. I think those are the same
Can
thing.
you,
Shaken up.
let's see.
He was
So your main goal was to
flustered.
stabilize him and focus on.
And his
him.
ribs hurt.
You did not investigate the collision matters, even though Craig Ramon said it was Gwyneth Paltrow
I think
who
this
did it
is
from
the most
behind.
helpful witness so far for me.
I did not chase that down, no.
You did not believe Craig Ramon.
She did not.
When I come up on a collision that one party is gone from, I'm not going to go try and find that person. It's pretty impossible.
Unless it's someone's famous.
It could be, but it's sort of a hearsay thing at that point.
Counsel, it's
Just give me a
hearsay.
moment, please.
You guys, did she just say hearsay? Yes, she did. What else are we gonna ask her? I don't know. Maybe we stop letting her explain things.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. That's all I have. Hold on one second.
Doesn't believe our side. She doesn't believe Ramon's version of events, and Ramon didn't identify himself as a witness. She was very helpful.
Ms. Smith, there was a question about you being asked to write those additional comments. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you write those with any intention of covering up anything that you knew
outside
about
the
this
scope.
accident?
No,
Or covering for Ms. Paltrow because she's a celebrity?
no.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Bueller?
Bueller. 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 I wonder if they're gonna start another witness.
Just the opposite question. When you wrote those comments, you were trying
like
to
Bueller's
reveal that
tie.
Ms. Paltrow was involved in this. At least her name was mentioned, right?
I was just writing down what I recalled.
Okay, thank you.
She's like, I wasn't trying to do anything
Okay.
except.
You're excused, but you may need to be called back again. So please don't discuss the case with anyone, and don't watch the proceedings. Thank you.
Though if you want to, the chat likes your boots. We'd like to know where you got them.
And I think he's out there, so we'll have to go grab him.
Sure.
All right, next witness. Next witness will be called. I think this was a very, very good witness for Gwyneth Paltrow, because even where you could see the ski instructor might have affinity for the Paltrows, might want to be hired back, might have some more motivation to protect that they were on the slope and they didn't see their, the person that had hired them skiing out of control or whatever. The woman who
Mr.
took
Graff, if you could walk right up here.
the defendant down
be
on a
sworn in as a
toboggan
witness?
has no.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case
I don't
now
know.
before the court
No
will be
interest
the
in this
truth,
outcome,
the whole
really.
truth, and nothing but
I
the
think
truth,
she
so
was
help
the
you
most
God?
helpful witness.
Thank you.
And take a seat in the witness stand, and then
Because
begin
she just
by,
did what she did.
positioning the
She saw what
microphone
she
and then
saw.
stating
She
and
knows what she
spelling your
knows.
name.
She knows. She knows. And I'm beginning to think Ramon knew that Paltrow was
I'm
on the
Steve
hill
Graff,
that day.
Graff.
Because he and his friends were all gossiping about it because he knows a bunch of people that work in the mountains.
Witness told me that he is thirsty. Do you mind if I give him a drink?
So's the chat. Can you give them a little something too?
I got it.
I'm not wrong, chat. Don't I'm not wrong.
All right, Mr. Graff.
I'm not wrong.
Thank you for being here. We don't have much time, so you'll be quick. I first want to ask you whether you know about a man named Mr. Sanderson, Terry Sanderson.
I do.
And how do you know about him?
I know he was involved in a ski accident at Deer Valley in February of 16, and he has subsequently
But who
filed
are
suit
you?
against originally Deer Valley and Gwyneth Paltrow.
And
You were who?
How do you know about this?
Thank you.
Well, I know about the accident beginning the day of the accident and have been involved in it off and on for the last 6 years.
How?
Okay. And in what capacity did you learn about this accident in terms of professional life?
My professional life, the day of the accident, I spoke with Whitney Smith about it at the end of the day.
Okay.
About the accident.
What's your job?
And what did you learn from here? What was your understanding from your
Can we what is his
conversation with her?
job?
It was just end of the day work in the ski patrol room as the patrol comes in. I'm usually around that area, so if they have questions about scheduling, just talk about the day, any
Is
of
he
those
the
type of things.
supervisor?
And she was in the Empire First Aid Room for
Y'all are asking who he
an
is.
extra
James
long
hasn't
period
asked
of
yet.
time, so questioned about that. And she said, yeah, the crazy thing is there was somebody there that said that Gwyneth Paltrow was involved.
Okay. Anything
Just a
else
weird
that
day at work.
you understood from your interactions with her?
That was the end of any interactions with that for a number of days.
Okay. With end of interactions with Miss Smith.
Excuse
Yes.
me, James.
And what
Can you
was
ask
your
him what
role,
his role?
your job
Thank
at
you.
Deer Valley at that time?
At that time, I was the ski patrol manager for Deer Valley.
Thank you.
Okay. So you managed all of Miss Smith and her colleagues, making sure that they're organized, running the various runs so that they can help
Ski patrol
people that
manager.
may be in trouble. Is that a good sort of layperson's
That's a pretty
description?
good description. There were 70 ski patrollers, managed staffing 6 different mountains, number
Wow.
of different ski patrol stations, first aid rooms, things of that nature on a daily basis.
That sounds like a
Okay.
lot of juggling of schedules.
And,
that sounds like a miserable job for me.
So
sounds
after that
challenging.
assessment, or sorry, I shouldn't say assessment. I was saying that a bunch with Miss Smith.
Thanks, James.
That interaction with Miss Smith. Did you have any other involvement in trying to determine what had happened in this collision?
Not that day, no. It wasn't until maybe a week to 10 days later that I saw a instructor comment form come in from Mr. Christiansen, and he had been with Gwyneth Paltrow that day, and he had listed that she was involved in a collision. And so I reached back out to Whitney and said, hey, there might be some
Oh,
validity to that.
I'm really glad to
Do you
tie
mind
that
giving
in.
us some more information on that?
I see. Because at first it wasn't clear that the claim about Ms. Paltrow was in fact true. Is that correct?
No, it was reported to me as just somebody in the background saying, you know, beautiful blonde woman at Deer Valley must be Gwyneth Paltrow.
Large male friend.
Got it. And did you do anything
just
further to try and figure out
some
if
large male
anybody
friend.
else on the mountain Deer Valley employees knew anything about the collision?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Did you do anything later?
Yes.
And when was that?
I've got more thoughts.
Well, a lot
about,
of things happened. So chronologically,
About
in the interest
Ramon.
of time, I'll just kind of quickly go through how these things transpired, as far as I'm aware. So I mentioned that, you know, week to 10 days after the accident, noticed that there was an instructor comment card, verified that Gwyneth was there, asked Whitney to follow up on that, maybe a few more statements about what happened that day to add to her incident form. And then nothing for maybe a month or so. Sometime, you know, March, April, I believe, John Gay, the director of skier services, received a letter from Mr. Sanderson. And in the letter, if I remember correctly, he was concerned that the skier responsibility code wasn't being applied evenly because of Ms. Paltrow's celebrity status. And he didn't mention in the letter to John, the director of skier services, that his employee yelled at him or anything like that in that particular letter. There was another follow-up letter, similar
there were
content,
multiple letters.
weeks after that one. And then there was a
one.
request for the contact information for Ms. Paltrow, and when we first got that request, we complied. How it typically goes, and it didn't go any differently in this case, is that we reached out to Ms. Paltrow and said, Mr. Sanderson has requested your information. We're giving it to him. We reached out to Mr. Sanderson, said, here's Gwyneth information. We're giving it to her, as we would with any other case.
Got it. I see. And
The letters
what about
are explain
any
his
attempt to
actions.
find? Well, I should.
So the
back
letters
up
are not
and
being offered
ask
for
you
what
some
are in the
foundational
letters. They're
questions.
also statements of a party, but they're not being offered for what's in the letter. They're being
about
offered
this
for what
incident. Did
he
you ever
did.
hear
That's why
about
there's
any
no
ski
objection.
patrollers coming on the scene of the actual collision?
Yeah, that was later that we started digging more into that. We supplied that information. It wasn't until 2019, I believe, when we were served, and we really started digging into what had happened and getting statements from people and, you know, depositions and all of that. And through that process, we dug a lot deeper into, I believe it was Christiansen that said a ski patroller came by the scene while they were still there and everybody was present, or mostly present. And so we looked into that, and there were two potential people that matched the description. I believe one of them was on Empire, and one of them was on Flagstaff. Bandana Ski Run connects both of them. So we reached out to both of those. They didn't recollect skiing by and asking anybody if they needed help. But that's not unusual. That, you know, on any given day, it's probably more unusual on a ski run that I don't ask somebody if they're okay. You know, it's just very common occurrence. You go, you see someone standing there, someone looking at a map, someone picking themselves up. It's very common to say, "Are you okay?" And yep, everything's okay, and then moving on. And there's no documentation of that. It's just routine business.
Laura, he lost
And
the case
were there
against
patrol logs
Deer Valley,
that
and it was thrown
were
out.
connected with this? I think the jury's heard some description of logs that are kept about who's on which run in terms of the patrol people. Is that right?
Yes, that's true. There's logs on every mountain, and not every run is logged, but if a ski patroller goes down a run, they come back. They're like, yep, I did Bandana at 11:24, and they would write that down and put their initials on that.
Got it. I believe I have those logs, which are defendants Exhibit 26A and through C, and I don't believe that we have published these, so I would ask for permission to publish these and admit them.
How are they been marked for identification?
Defendants Exhibit 26A through C.
Through C?
Yes.
Okay, any objection?
Just a sec, Your Honor.
The guy from Deer Valley has been dealing with this for quite a while. I wonder if he thinks this has all gotten blown out of proportion, but the guy from Deer Valley had to deal with this from the time they were served, which he made clear. And again, Deer Valley won their part of this case and was thrown
26A
out.
through C, defense exhibit is received.
Okay, so I'll publish it. It should be on that screen as, for you, Mr. Graff. Do you see it?
I do now.
Okay, is that the log we're talking about?
Oh, we'll get to the pictures in a
Yes,
minute.
this is the Flagstaff patrol log. This isn't the section I'm talking about. It's a 2-page log.
Okay, so
This
maybe
is it. This is the
20,
log.
26B, is that
Correct.
the log, or do I have to keep going?
So
I think
this
I
would be
like-
the run log. So you see where it says opening run
James
check.
did read that correctly.
Obviously, a lot more runs are done than that. Ski patrollers typically do more than a couple runs a day. But they're trying to make sure that all the runs get checked. So on this particular one, and as it pertains to this, we're looking for bandana. And it's at the very top.
Oh, I'll get to that.
And-
Right.
Here at the top,
Yep.
I
And
see.
it looks like 11:40, and then there's another time and a couple initials in there.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I
and
agree,
then, just
Molly,
for
that she
the
was
sake
like,
of
"Oh, yeah,
completeness,
sure, Gwyneth was involved,
Then there's
whatever."
26C. I don't know if that makes a difference here to you. Was that part of your? Was this record a part of your attempt to figure out who those patrollers were?
Glad you're here.
Yes, this was part of us trying to get all the information we could about this.
And this 26C document, does it offer anything additional?
Look, Bert's exactly. It can happen.
If you
I can go
zoom
I can
in,
go down
out,
to,
zoom out, yeah.
I have
So
questions.
this is sweep, so that's after the accident, so it doesn't offer anything additional there. The page that you showed previously has
Okay.
names of the people that were on the mountain
Is
that
it
day.
more helpful?
Is that this page?
That's this page, correct.
I see.
So at the top there,
At the top here. Okay.
yep. So Caleb, Jess, Whitney, and Tom were there. Steve Campbell was the snowmobiler.
And
If
you.
I
Oh,
remember
sorry, go
correctly,
ahead.
I asked
This is
Tom
who's on and
specifically
where?
because I saw his initials in that log. But not only did I look at Flagstaff, but knowing that Bandana is a connecting run to Lady Morgan and Empire, we looked at those patrollers
Lady
as well
Morgan and
asked them
Empire.
if anybody on the mountain that day.
By Lady Morgan, do they mean
recalls
Sonia?
saying,
Are
"Are
we
you
talking about
okay?"
Lady
Some
Sonia
people on
Morgan?
Bandana.
I'm sorry.
And we didn't get any. We didn't get any
Very
affirmative response
oriented
to
to
that.
housewives.
Given your experience with managing patrollers and responding to various incidents, if there had been an incident where someone was unconscious for a long time, would you expect to have heard about it?
Yes, most definitely.
And would you expect those patrollers to remember it if you asked them a number of years later?
Yes,
And they did not
they did not.
in this case? Okay.
Even if the person wasn't necessarily injured, but wanted a ride or had an equipment problem, or if there was anything other than no, I'm okay, it most likely would have ended up in this log.
I see. And it does not. You've reviewed these, and you don't
Does
see any.
not.
You don't see any indication of any such event.
No.
Okay. And do you know who Eric Christiansen is? I think you mentioned him earlier.
I do know who Eric Christiansen is.
And did you ever receive a report that he had yelled at Mr. Sanderson?
I believe that was in one of the claims in the
It-
lawsuit, but never in our investigation.
Because he's read the
you
lawsuit.
had heard about it in terms of claims in a lawsuit, but never aside from that.
Never since, no.
Got it. So there wasn't a patroller that said, "Hey, we need to respond to Mr. Christensen. He's not treating our customers properly."
And I'm
Right,
sure they
and
would have.
Our investigation of all of our employees that were involved or could have been involved, that's never come up. That question, that no one ever said yes, that there was yelling or even raised voices or anything.
And if that had been reported, how do you respond to those things? How do you?
This is a helpful witness, too.
Investigate an incident like that. Maybe discipline employees.
Yeah, I've been a leader and manager of employees for nearly
So you
30
either have to
years now, and
believe
any one of
You
my
either have to
employees
disbelieve all these witnesses
verbally
or believe
assaulted
Sanderson
their guest or yelled at
and
them or
Ramon.
behaved in any way that was inappropriate, we would definitely take action with that.
And no action was taken against Mr. Christiansen.
No action was taken, no.
And I understand, if I'm correct, you're no longer in that patrol manager position, is that right?
That's right. I
Sanderson
was a
left
ski
and
patrol
went home,
manager, and in
and then he went to seek
2017,
treatment the next day.
I became the director of mountain operations, and in 2022, I'm the vice president of mountain operations.
Okay, so is it fair to say you're familiar with how Deer Valley responds to
He's like, yep,
employees that have
that's my shit.
you know, that misbehave or that engage in behavior that
It's unbecoming of
is,
Deer Valley.
Inappropriate towards guests?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. And then what about, are you aware of how Deer Valley deals with celebrities on the ski slopes?
I am aware of
Aaron,
how
I think
Deer
that's
Valley
fair.
deals
I
with
think-
celebrities on the ski slopes.
I think Terry was injured.
And
I just don't know
how
who
is that?
caused
Do
it.
they treat them any differently than other
They
people?
collided.
That we don't. There's no reason for Deer Valley to really, Deer Valley as a company, and broadly tell our employees about when celebrities are at Deer Valley. The only time in my 29 years or so at Deer Valley that I've known
Broncos
about
Country in the
celebrities is
chat.
when we
I'm
think there
answering your
might be
question,
some
yes.
disruption to our business, right?
And I don't want
Like
to pull it up because
paparazzi
essentially
or things
she'll
of that
tell me I'm
nature.
making a big deal.
I can only think of 2 instances in that time frame that there was a reason why we would want some of our employees to know about celebrities being on the mountain. You know, if it was, you know, heads of state or members of Congress or sitting presidents or past presidents, you know, with security details, we're usually informed of those things, but not celebrities.
because there's no
To
security
your
detail.
knowledge, did Deer Valley employees,
He's like,
executives,
no,
anyone
we put
involved with Deer
politicians up
Valley
here.
do anything to cover up the facts of this case to protect Gwyneth Paltrow?
Absolutely not.
And were you even aware that Ms. Paltrow was on the slopes that day?
I wasn't aware of it until I read the instructor comments
Ramon was aware of it.
that just happened to mention that my student was Gwyneth Paltrow and was involved in a collision. And I recalled that, hey, Whitney was on an accident
And
a
said-
week or so ago, and there was somebody there that said the same thing. So that's when those 2 pieces came together for me.
Brian J, I
And does
agree. I think so
Deer Valley
too.
have any position on what occurred in terms
They
of
don't
the
need
collision?
security
who-
details, so
who
it's
hit
not
who?
it's not a thing.
No,
for them.
there's with the varying statements, there's different statements about what happened, and so we as a company don't have a position on who's at fault.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Hey James, that
Thank
was
you, Mr.
so
Egan.
so clear and easy to follow.
Mr. Sykes?
Thanks.
That's not more than 7 minutes. You want to let the jury go early tonight, or should why don't you start? Start, okay.
Why don't we use the 7 minutes we've got? This jury has a lot of weather to deal with on the way home, we've heard. So, Thomas, I agree with you. Ramon, not believable. Terry doesn't seem to remember. Ramon may have fed him a story. Ramon told, I think Terry's memory is a lot of what Ramon told him. And I don't know. I believe the neutral Deer Valley parties, maybe y'all don't think they're neutral. I think that's fair too, because they were sued in addition. But the Deer Valley employees that are just like, you know, this is our job, this is what we do, this is how we treat it, this is what the reports say, all seem consistent internally without having conversation. So the jury, I think, might find this be 50-50 and let everybody out
We
of
know each other
here.
from other cases, don't we?
We know each other, yes.
Excuse me. This is the
Other
law
ski
that
accident
was referred
cases?
to a minute ago, 26A. Can you see it there?
I do.
9:58 a.m.
What is negative
skier
conduct?
assist. What was that next word? Can you read that?
Can we all read along for the class?
Well, knowing that it was on Flagstaff Mountain, I'm going to say it's Sidewinder.
Okay.
Sidewinder is a run there.
Next one is 10:36. Lost something boot. Is that right?
It says lost boulder, bad boot.
Yeah.
Goes back to what I was saying
A skier
before.
has a bad boot on, was it bandana?
That would be Lost Boulder, bad boot.
Lost
Boulder,
Boulder
a bad boot,
is the run.
and that gets logged in,
Correct.
right? And
He knows where this
a
is going.
skier collision on bandana
Doesn't get logged.
doesn't merit a login
Good
at,
question.
let's say, 11:55.
I want to
a.m.
know too.
A collision doesn't even mention get a
Doesn't even get a hey.
mention.
Yeah, that goes back to what I said before, that if it was equipment like bad boot, or somebody needed an assist, like maybe they needed a ride down, it would get logged. But if the people said, I'm okay, it wouldn't.
So
Okay,
equipment gets logged.
12:02 p.m. now. Whitney Smith, it says Whitney there, is, and a possible 1050 is a collision, right?
Possible 1050 is an accident.
An accident, okay. And bandana, okay? And she notes skier collision, disorientation.
Correct.
Now, you investigate these things for Deer Valley. Is it your position that maybe 7 minutes, just 7 minutes or so,
7 minutes is a long
after
time.
that collision, he's disoriented, but at the time of the collision, he's not disoriented? Is that your position?
He's like, I don't know. That's
I
what the
don't
log
have
says.
a position on that.
He's
Well, take one. I mean, 5 to 7 minutes later, Whitney Smith, who has no skin in the game except she's employed by you, okay, notes disorientation on her report. And she noticed it later, by the way, as you noticed.
and she explained what she meant by
And you're
that.
trying to tell this jury
Yes,
that just 7 minutes before this individual wasn't disoriented?
that's what they say.
Is there a question there?
Yeah.
What's the question?
Are you trying to tell the jury that 7 minutes before, Terry Sanderson wasn't disoriented when the other two guys stopped by,
Your Honor, may we?
who didn't log it?
I wasn't trying to tell the jury anything.
Got a request, yes.
Is there an objection? Is there an objection? Wait, where's Paltrow going? All right. They clearly know each other from other accidents. He's going to make him take a position. So that's where we're at. I'm going to answer some questions while they're all up at yet another sidebar. Question: when you get to the questions, opposing counsel, do you immediately start making down what you're going to
You may
object?
proceed, Mr.
Oh,
Sykes.
that was too fast.
You remember
Darn
the
it.
question?
It's a good question.
No.
Okay? Are you telling this jury of the good men and women
Are you
of
telling
Summit
this
County
jury
that maybe 5 to 7 minutes after this collision,
the rage?
it's noted here, I assume by Whitney Smith, or someone noted it, that there was a collision and there was disorientation, and that 5 to 7 minutes before that, there was no disorientation. Is that what you're saying?
He's saying that's what the reports
I'm not saying that.
say?
On this form at 12:04, Whitney said there was a skier collision and the person presented with disorientation. I don't know where you're getting the 5 to 7 minutes earlier. What are you referring to?
Well, the accident was logged, the crash was logged at 11:55.
By who?
By who?
Yes.
Well, it's in one of the records. I think it was Eric Christiansen.
Then show him Eric
11:55.
Christensen's record.
You weren't aware of that?
There's a time frame there. I know that at 12:02, Whitney was dispatched, and I don't see the screen anymore, but I believe it was 12:04. She was on scene.
Well, okay.
So Christiansen said he was on scene. Yeah, that was right.
11:55.
5 minutes before then, and he didn't
Yeah.
notice disorientation.
Yeah. All right. And you're no. Have you ever had a broken rib?
Also,
Yes.
It's
he
pretty
said
painful,
fine,
isn't it?
fine,
Incredible.
fine.
Very painful. Incredibly
Yes.
painful. Have you ever had 4 broken ribs? 4.
No.
Okay.
It's a lot of broken ribs.
Terry was diagnosed at the VA with 4 broken ribs the very next day. Okay? Now, is it reasonable, and you've had a
This
long
lawyer's mad.
history in skiing and with Deer Valley.
This lawyer's
Long
trying to make it
illustrious
look like
history,
Deer
right?
Valley is
Yes.
covering up for a
Do
celebrity.
you think that a man who just
The
had
audacity of Deer
4
Valley.
broken ribs, 4,
He's got to undo how good
Okay.
those last witnesses were,
would tell
and he's trying.
a ski patrol guy who came by that he was okay? Is that reasonable to you?
Yes, that's reasonable.
4 broken ribs,
I've seen that happen
People do weird
over
shit.
and over again.
over and over again. People with 4 broken ribs tell a ski patrol that they're okay.
Maybe not with 4 broken ribs, but quite frequently people say they're okay. They want to be okay.
Okay.
And then they
Let me
realize
ask
that
you-
they're not okay. And that's what happened.
Pete, would you find the report?
I said I was fine until I ended up in the hospital with pneumonia. My mom was like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "I'm fine."
Okay, now,
She came and got me out of swim practice. She's like, "Get out of the pool.
you
You're
didn't see the
sick."
crash, did you?
It's like, "I'm
No, I did
fine."
not.
Pneumonia.
And you have no personal knowledge of how serious it was.
No, I don't.
You're aware that
He just
Terry
does the
Sanderson
reports,
has
man.
a witness who's not even a close friend, just a meetup buddy, that says
Ramon knows
that
all the cheese
Gwyneth
man.
Paltrow hit him in the back. You aware of that?
Ramon
I'm
knows all
aware
the
of
tea.
that. Yes.
Okay. Does that count for anything in your opinion?
It's part of all of this, part
Alright.
of this investigation.
He's like, "What was
Deer
your
Valley,
witness?"
however, takes no position, one way or the other, on how the collision occurred.
Nope.
No, there's differing
Reports.
opinions or statements on what happened.
But
that
Deer Valley takes no position.
we don't take any position, no.
And
The position
You don't
is
give
we
celebrities any
offer excellent customer
advantage.
service.
No.
these kinds- Okay, now, you aware that she paid almost $9,000 for 2 days of skiing? You aware of that?
Probably
I
right.
believe I saw that somewhere in the records. I
like,
think it
"Oh,
might
really?"
be overly inflated, but somewhere in there. That
He's like,
doesn't
"Prices
sound
have gone up."
unreasonable.
Okay.
It's not what she said.
Now, that's a lot of money to pay for 2 days, isn't it?
It's,
All right.
Deer Valley costs a lot of money.
Mr. Sykes, I hate to interrupt you, but we can either recess now, or if you just have a few minutes of questioning, you could finish.
Well, I hate to hold the jury late. Why don't we recess and I'll finish tomorrow?
All right.
Is that okay?
I have an objection.
Of course you have an objection,
Why don't we
Owens.
address that after the jury's excused?
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we're going to recess now until 9 a.m.
Because this
tomorrow
witness
morning.
probably doesn't want to come back.
So remember my admonition not to talk about the case with anyone,
Oh,
not to do
boy.
any of your own investigation. And if you happen to look at the television or listen to the radio or go online, please avoid
Avoid the YouTubes.
reading anything or listening to anything about the case. So thank you. Hopefully we won't have a storm in the morning.
Yeah, hopefully not. I'm going to answer this question in a break. I'm trying to get to comments because they're going to do some scheduling shit because they always do. And then I will get to questions.
Thank you. You can step down.
If you have questions in the chat, just put a question,
Mr. Owens?
question mark or a Q or a question or something so I can grab them more easily.
Yes. Yeah. Did you have something you wanted to talk about?
Yes, thank you.
He wants to complain about timing.
Your Honor, the plaintiffs still have not rested. That was supposed to take place Friday at the end of the day.
Ding, ding, ding.
I had Apple Martin, Moses Martin, and Brad Falchuk all ready to go this morning.
Great.
And they were unable to testify.
And?
As I understand it, plaintiffs will not oppose Apple and Moses having their deposition transcripts read into the evidence. Can we confirm?
You shouldn't want to do that.
Mr. Sykes?
You shouldn't do that.
That's correct, as long as our additions are added, which I've given counsel.
You
Thank
shouldn't
you.
do
And
that.
Brad Falchuk is still, we still haven't made a decision. We may need to read his transcript in too. We
That's
have
not
2
great for
full
you.
days tomorrow.
The court hasn't made a decision about what?
Oh, sorry. Brad Falchuk is the husband. With me?
And what decision do I need to make about that?
I'm sorry. We
You need to make a decision. Okay.
Thank you. I'm speaking through a mask, which makes it hard. Tomorrow, Tuesday, can I give my lineup?
What's the lineup for tomorrow?
McMahon,
That's
Oh, you're
for them to
giving the
tell us.
lineup. You're giving the lineup. Okay, go ahead.
We're starting with, finish up Mr.
Graff.
Graff, believe it or not.
my objection to, we're already terribly behind.
Just a minute. Is Mr. Graff in the room here? Maybe you better run out and grab him and make sure he's going to be here at 9 o'clock in the morning. Somebody from the plaintiff's side.
So 4 of our witnesses have been thrown off, just to let you know, because we had 7 planned for today.
Sir,
And
we
that's
heard
your
you.
choice,
Oh, my
counsel.
God, counsel. Yes, Your Honor.
Throw
Thank
them
you.
So
Thank you,
each
Your
side
Honor.
gets 50% of the trial time, and you're making a decision about how to allocate that time.
Yes.
Based on the assumption that plaintiffs would be done on Friday.
You know what they say
And
about
that's between the
assumptions.
two of you.
Stop
Okay.
bitching to the
I'm not
court.
complaining, I'm just putting this on the record.
Lies.
And so we have
He's
8
absolutely
experts,
complaining.
4 tomorrow,
8 experts?
most out of state, 4 on Wednesday. So we're lumping in now people onto Thursday morning. Anyway,
You see that I've got in the time for Thursday morning, it's 2 hours and 7.75, 2.75 hours or something like that. That includes closing arguments.
wow. That means 0.75 hours
Well,
on Tuesday morning, or Thursday morning.
It's just an estimate of what's available. If we take up a lot of time in out of jury hearings, that'll get smaller.
And you're running an excellent court, but I'm just saying an hour for closing on both sides means essentially no evidence on Thursday morning.
Well, you can start your closings earlier than that. It just depends on when you rest your case and when the plaintiff rests their case.
Oh, he's like, we are done on
But your
Thursday.
half-time includes your closing argument.
See, thank you for telling me that. I hadn't focused on that. So you envision the jury commencing deliberations at about noon?
That would be in a perfect world.
Okay.
And I understand, we don't live in a perfect world. And so if they have to be charged a little bit later than that, they have to be charged a little bit later than that.
Thank you.
But that would be in a perfect world.
All right. So my concern, sorry to be so long on this.
So loud and long.
We have Michael McMahon, a physician assistant, Paul Bogger, our ski expert, Irvin Scher, our biomechanical expert, and Stephen Edgley, our neurorehabilitation expert. They are not flexible.
4 experts tomorrow.
So my concern with having Steve Graff come back tomorrow morning is
My witnesses aren't
that it's going to throw off these folks that are not flexible.
Okay.
I would rather Steve Graff come back, for instance, Thursday morning, so that
That's,
we
I
can
think,
get
reasonable.
our experts who are time.
I think that's
Sure.
reasonable.
So
Thanks.
you've got an expert that's ready to go at 9 a.m. in the morning?
So Michael
He just said
McCahan is actually
McMahon.
not our expert, so I may have misspoken. He was the treating physician assistant at the Instacare.
Sure.
And he is,
Ready at 9 a.m.?
yes.
Okay, all right.
Well, Your Honor, I'll probably only have about 10 to 12 minutes to
You've
finish
said
this
that
up.
before.
Why
I
don't we?
could wait, but I'd rather just get it done.
I realize that, but we do have some professionals
And you said that
that we
this
need to
morning.
make some accommodation for, and so
That's a
why don't
fair
we wait with
request.
Mr. Graff's, completing Mr. Graff's testimony until we can fit it in sometime a little bit later? Maybe later tomorrow, or if you want to schedule him for a specific time, we can do that as well.
Steve Graff has flexibility to show up anytime.
I don't know.
He's not.
I don't-
busy.
You
It's
should
the
ask.
best snow season in the world. The issue of Salt Lake City, but
And I
yeah,
would-
he's not sure not to.
I would add that Michael McMahon
Mayhem.
doesn't remember the treating Terry Sanderson. It's just a record review, and there's very little he would have to offer because he has no recollection of ever seeing the plaintiff.
I
Okay.
think he will be short.
So why don't you speak with counsel for Deer Valley and find out when you can schedule Mr. Graff, when makes sense to schedule him? Can you give him some
Y'all
blocks
deal
of
with it.
time when he could schedule that?
Yes, I mean, so if we can hold them to 10 minutes, we can live with it.
in the
What we
morning,
can't-
tomorrow morning?
Yes. What we can't live with is it's 10 minutes and now it's 2 hours.
Well, are you gonna do another 10 or 15 of redirect?
James is on it.
Probably not.
James
I
is
will
like,
commit to 10 minutes.
no.
All right, then we'll call him in the morning.
Mr. Graff did say that he's available.
Okay, so why don't we get him back in the morning, and we'll start as soon as the jury's here. If they're all assembled at 10:02, we'll start.
This court has been starting
Judge,
early.
Just for the record, I've been in lots of trials, lots of jury trials. I've never seen so many sidebars in a case
Same.
as this one.
Is that a
Requested by
compliment?
the defense.
Is that a compliment or a criticism? You're working very hard, Judge. Thanks.
Anything else, counsel?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so come early. The jury has
Come
been
early,
asked to be
come
here at
often.
8:45. If they're all assembled, we'll start.
Oh my
8:45?
God.
Yeah, let's start it then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shit. I guess we're starting 15 minutes early in the morning.
Your time remaining,
Ooh.
or I'll give the time that you've taken and my anticipated time remaining.
Right, thank you, that'd be helpful.
Oh, put it on the record. We want to know. We want to see them speed run their closing arguments. No. Time remaining is fascinating to us, especially those of us that are time blind. This is why it's such a big deal. The amount of time they have and the amount of time they have remaining. The judge is allocated 2.75 hours exactly on Thursday, and that is for closing arguments and everything else that's needed. This judge wants the jury to be instructed on Thursday afternoon or on Thursday after lunch and then be done. I very much want to see how much time the parties have used. I'm very distressed that we don't get to. Darn it! But we're here a little bit early tomorrow morning. So once that stream is populated, we'll be here at about 9:40 a.m. Central Standard Time, much earlier than my normal Tuesdays. I'm going to get to some questions and we're going to go on. Do they get equal time? Yes, they get equal time. The complaints this afternoon, we had them exiting court and then we didn't anymore. The complaints this afternoon are that this plaintiff's lawyer, Owens has a number of witnesses that need to be called, and they are on a very tight schedule. And so with those witnesses being on such a tight schedule, the defense has said no. The prosecution has said, me just switching everybody around. The prosecution has said that let's see, my computer's being odd. Let me fix my computer first. Sorry, as I've lost my train of thought. The plaintiff has said that they will only take 10 more minutes to deal with the witness that they are dealing with. The defense has objected, saying, look, if it's 10 minutes, that's fine. If it's more than 10 minutes, it's going to completely screw up our day because we have witnesses back to back to back. And we have to get them done because they're professionals. We already have timing issues with regard to the family members of Gwyneth Paltrow. So that's part of what his problems were this afternoon. So that's what Owens was concerned about, if that makes sense. That was rough, y'all. That was rough. So if that makes sense, I applaud you. Because that was a terrible, terrible sentence. But that is a terrible sentence. So let's do a quick summary of the afternoon. Very quick summary of the afternoon. If you want a summary of this case, I put it up on my Quick Bits channel tomorrow. Jesus, now we're in a time warp. I put it up on my Quick Bits channel today. So if you want to go watch that, it is up on Quick Bits. Let's real quick summarize today, real quick. This afternoon, we saw the two witnesses from Deer Valley, and our chat has been mixed about whether they think the Deer Valley witnesses are protecting Deer Valley and their celebrity clients, or whether the witnesses are kind of the neutral parties in all of this that are just saying what they saw. I found the ski toboggan operator, the ski patrol witness, Whitney, to be very, very helpful. When we went through that testimony, Whitney talked about being able to talk to Sanderson. He seemed rattled or disoriented right after the crash, and that resolved. This EMT, who is the ski patrol person, was never told that he had any moments of unconsciousness. Otherwise, he would have had an ambulance called and been given a ride off of the mountain via ambulance after they tobogganed him down. She also talked about the fact that they were together for 2 hours waiting for someone to go get a car to come and pick him up, and stayed with him until he was picked up in a car, and that he was clear and oriented to time and to person and to location. He was vague as to what happened with regard to the crash, and that his friend was there, but the friend, large male friend, who we now know as Mr. Ramon, never said that he was a percipient witness to the crash, but did talk about Gwyneth Paltrow hitting him from behind. And so then we saw a third witness from Deer Valley, who's the one in charge of ski patrol, coming in, and a vigorous cross-examination begun of that witness saying, well, isn't Deer Valley essentially here to protect their celebrity clients and taking their side? Aren't celebrities treated differently? And he said, no, we deal with maybe politician or heads of states or presidents a little differently because they have security details, but not celebrities. I'm sure Deer Valley wouldn't even know where to draw the line on celebrities. They're like, how do we count thee? Are we talking about the Real Housewives? Are we talking about Gwyneth Paltrow? Are we talking about a TikToker? Like, rich people go to Deer Valley. What do you want? Like, are we talking about business titans? Who are the celebrities? What, if any, are the celebrities? So with all of that, let us continue to answer your questions. So that's what the cross-examination was getting at. Deer Valley's protecting its own, and I can see why they're taking that tack. I think it's a very smart tactic, because some in the chat were like, yeah, I could see that, and some in the chat were like, I don't believe it at all. But if the jury split on that, it's helpful for them as well. Why is my husband calling me? Hold on. It is unusual for him to call me this time of evening, so give me 1 second. Sorry, chat. I can't entertain you for a moment. Give me 1 second. Y'all, the second my husband said the words HOA, I'm like, I will talk to you when I am done streaming. Like, I am streaming. We don't call me if it's not urgent. All right, let's continue on. Thank you, chat, for your indulgence. I beg the chat's indulgence. Thank you for the indulgence being given. The second my husband said HOA, I was like, no. I just wanted to make sure everything was okay. No, that can wait. That can absolutely wait. There is an HOA thing. Say less. Say less. I love my neighbors, but this is a conversation for later. So this is not a worry. All right. For all of the rest of it, let's get to your questions. I think we gave a pretty decent summary. At least I sure hope so. My brain is tired. I am not in trouble with the HOA at the moment. At the moment, he wanted to ask something, and I was like, are you home yet? Just wait. All right, let's get to your questions. If you put a question in the chat, I'll be able to see it and be able to talk about it. So that's what it is. Aaron said HOAs hate trampolines, and I hate that. I understand that. Go help hubby. He needs you. Hubby will be okay for a few minutes. Hubby will be fine. Hubby's a big boy. So we'll take care of it in a moment. I want to get to some of your questions that we did not get to earlier. Then I will be wrapping. Then I need to record this week's podcast. And then I need to rest. Janet said, do both sides have to agree with the simulation they are showing? It looks like it's an advantage to Gwyneth Paltrow's side. It has to be a demonstrative of the witness's testimony. So no, it's not that they have to agree. They didn't agree. They objected, and the court overruled most of the objections except for little parts of the demonstrative. Either side could have a demonstrative rendered. So either side can do it. Mitz Mommy said, I have a photographic memory and I use like a mental whiteboard for mental math. You can see math? So yes, I see all of this. Why can't the pictures come in confused? I think that's amazing. Why can't the pictures come in? The pictures, the demonstratives. I think you're asking about the demonstratives. They are not evidence. The witness testimony is evidence. They are to help illuminate, for those of us who can't visualize, which now I realize isn't everyone, they help the jury visualize the witness's testimony. So saying, look, the witness testimony is that this skier was here and this skier was there. And then the demonstrative is to help show that testimony for those of us that can't like hear or see words and then make pictures in our brains, which apparently some of you can do and some of you cannot. Look, we've learned a lot about brains today. So I cannot. So when reading a book, no, I don't see pictures. Kathleen said, question, when did you get the questions opposing counsel? When do you get the questions opposing counsel has? Do you immediately start marking down what you're going to object to? So they progress through the witnesses. You're just waiting to object. I worked in criminal law. I never knew what opposing counsel was going to ask. So I could surmise from what I had asked the witness, what I thought they were going to ask. And then you make objections when you hear the question. It is a very active and intense listening situation. I think that would be a little bit easier in civil. I never worked in civil in this capacity. I worked as a research attorney for civil judges, and I worked in consulting. So I didn't do civil litigation like this, but you have depositions and you can see what they object to in the deposition, and you can see kind of what their line of questioning is from the deposition. So you sort of know the direction that they're going in. So you would know where you have issues or don't, but you have to listen to what they're saying and then form the objection. Luckily, I'm a very auditory person. So listening to questions, foreseeing what the answer is and objecting in real time was not hard for my brain to parse. Cause when it's audio stuff, I can have multiple audio inputs at a time and it's not a problem for me. It's very bad when I'm out and I can hear like 3 conversations at once and my brain is trying to parse them all. But again, friends of mine and I used to sit in the back of the classroom in law school and watch movies while we were in class because I needed to keep part of my brain occupied. So I would stay engaged in class. I would also play The Sims. Runkle, what did you play during law school? Did you play games too? I played, The Sims. I played like Roller Coaster Tycoon. All the computer games. Robin says, love your commentary. How did you survive actually being in court? I enjoyed being in court. It's a highly stimulating environment. I also got very, very burnt out at my career. So I would do things differently now than I did then. I got very, very, very burnt out. But I have a TED talk about that. So if you're interested in my TEDx talk, it's listed on the channel, or you can just search my name. Kay said, I can't pronounce it. Fantasia, no visual mental imagery. A year ago, my whole life made more sense. I was 40. I had no idea people actually have a mind's eye. I thought it was a turn of phrase. Yeah, my water polo coaches would be like, visualize where the person's going. And I'd be like, okay. What do you mean visualize where they're going? I can't do that. What do you mean visualize where they're going to go? Like see the plays in my brain before they happen? No, I can't. Do you think splitting up the Terry Sanderson testimony will hurt Gwyneth Paltrow? They need to get their witnesses in and they've got a timing issue. So whether it hurts or not, they've got to do it. I actually think it's better because it gives counsel time to maybe feel a little bit better and to have a chance to kind of chill, because he was getting into Sanderson a little bit and Sanderson was getting quieter and quieter. And it looked like he was kind of going after Sanderson. I don't think that's the tack he wants to take in that cross-examination. Gretchen the Devil said, this means her instructor didn't give her contact information like he said, so they lied, or did I get this wrong? Gretchen, I don't think they lied. I think what happened is Paltrow was left with the perception that he was going to provide her contact information. And then he didn't because everybody said they were fine. But I think she was left with that impression and he was like, I'll take care of it. That's how I parse that. But I would have to go look line by line at the testimony. On Dean, I think I got that close to right. Are witnesses paid? Generally not. I find all Deer Valley employees biased as their employer is getting national attention and not all good in my opinion. Sometimes they're paid by their employer for the day. Like if they have to go testify, they're paid by their employer. But generally, witnesses are not paid except for expert witnesses who, of course, are paid to do document review and come testify in court. And then that's always brought out. Tay said, I'd like to ask how a 5-year-old boy went missing from a ski instructor for 1.5 hours this February. I was there and an all-out alert to patrol was not made. I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. I don't think they can't ask that. 30 minutes behind, she checked his eyes. The first doctor he saw did not. Important, check for concussion, in my opinion. We definitely heard that. Can Owen's behavior lead to an appeal by the defense? Owens is the defense. So not his behavior, no. The court's rulings, yes, but Owens has not done anything. I mean, he's definitely made some improper arguments, and if they appealed it, it would go to the improper arguments. Do I see anything that's really going to turn this over? Not really. Do you think Sanderson not being in the courtroom to hear others' testimony really hurt his own not knowing what was testified to? I don't think so. Is that common for the party not to be in the room? It's not common for the party not to be in a room. Blue Eyes 0787. Emily, I thought we were taking a break after the Murdaugh trial. Same. And then I was streaming last Tuesday for Coffee and Cursey Words, and we did some other topics, and then opening statements started. So then we went to opening statements, and then Owens happened, and we were like, oh shit, this is going to be interesting. Even if the trial's not one we're necessarily interested in, this is going to be interested. And then we just got sucked in. So then we fell down the rabbit hole, and now we're here. Paul said adrenaline can mask pain for a couple hours. Agreed, and they didn't talk about that much with the doctors. Cindy Fitz said 58 years old, skied an entire day last year with a broken rib sustained at the beginning of the day. It's possible, broke 2 weeks ago in Alta and tried to ski, ended up in a sled. Ouch. I'm sorry, Cindy. Yeah, I think Terry Sanderson, I think it's a very real possibility. He got up and was like, I'm fine. And was kind of, he said he had his bell rung, was kind of rattled, and then tried to ski down the hill and then realized how much pain he was and then called the sled. I think that's reasonable. Question, sorry if asked, have we had paperwork from the Instacare? I remember seeing some, but I think that might have been an opening. The Instacare is coming in later. Interesting that Sanderson didn't call the Instacare. I guess we'll find out why tomorrow. I'm confused why Gwyneth Paltrow's side doesn't get equal time before the jury. They do get equal time, but they are using some of their time on cross-examination too. Opposite of amnesia said if a treating physician doesn't even remember him, perhaps the injuries were not wildly awful. It was a PA and we will see. But again, depending on if you're working near a ski slope, I would just suspect that broken ribs and people who've bumped their head in some way or another is common. And this was 2016. So Sanderson might just not have stood out in the realm of what they do. Did I miss GoPro found vid or is it coming in? There's no GoPro video that we have seen. So no Jenny, no Apple, no Marco, no Polo either. I don't think we're going to get to Jenny. I don't think it's wise to have Gwyneth's kids testify by their deposition. I think you need to see them. I think it's humanizing, but we'll see. The members are asking behind the scenes tonight. It depends what time I get to record. So if I get to record at a reasonable hour, but it's already 6:30 and I've got some prep to do. So it depends on the time. Maybe. Question, if it's a defense witness and the plaintiff spends a lot of time on cross, is that logged as part of the defense's time clock or the plaintiff's? The time that you're speaking gets logged to the side that is speaking. So if the defense is speaking, it goes to their time. If the plaintiff is speaking, it goes to their time. And then the sidebars should be neutral time. But some courts say if you lose the sidebar, it goes to your time because you wasted our time. Larissa, why would they even consider to get written statements from the kids? What did they see? What did they hear? To close the loop. Question, do you think the defense will bring up the fact that he got up and skied down the hill so he could have fallen again? Maybe. The friend was skiing with him, so I don't know how far that will go, but maybe. Brecken, question, since Terry's lawyers are taking a long time, should they not be in trouble for messing GP's case up? I mean, this is their strategy. No. Terry's lawyers they're not taking a long time. They went over by one witness, and some of the cross-examinations have been lengthy. So it really just depends. If witnesses are not flexible within a day, it's very tough because trials do run long. And we're also dealing with a trial location with really dynamic weather that can slow people down and screw things up. So it's really hard to say, but no, they're not going to get in trouble. He just keeps making a record about it. Runkle said, I actually remember playing Angband or NetHack. I don't know what those are, Runkle, but thank you for answering my question. I appreciate you. Question, can Paltrow get Clark Kent to do the rest of the questioning? He's so much better. I sure hope so. I think the way to delicately phrase it, if you're Gwyneth Paltrow this evening, is to say, it's clear that you're not feeling well. Maybe we just have James do the rest of the questioning. Perhaps. Question, if one wins the case and then someone comes up with video evidence showing that the winner was lying, what happens? The lawyers would have to bring stuff back into court, and there would be a lot of questions about where that came from and whether it was fake. There would be a lot of questions about where that came from and whether it was fake. He said he did the press conference, and we didn't even get to hear what was in the press conference. Maybe they'll ask about that on their cross-examination when we resume. But he did the press conference to hope somebody might have footage. He's like, that's the evidence we need. So who knows? What does impeach mean for the testimony? Showing that you were inconsistent. It's a way of going through saying, but before you said this and now you're saying this, your testimony is inconsistent. And with that, y'all, I am going to bounce. We have, let's see, it is 6:30. I've got a bunch of things to do. So I'm going to go prep the podcast. Members, I will let you know in the member spaces if I'm going to do the podcast behind the scenes. It just depends what time it is this evening. I need to rest the voice and go get all of the cat fuzz off of me and get a little bit of food and check in with the kiddos. It's been a day. I have not had time to process today. I will process today another day. But all of you, take care of yourselves, take care of your families, hug your kiddos. Take care of yourselves. I know that there's dynamic weather across the South tonight as well. So be safe. Just be safe. I know it's a hassle sometimes, but be safe. It's better always than wishing that you had. So with all of that, law nerds, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here with me. I will see you in the morning a little bit early because it sounds like they're starting court early because this judge is the opposite. You know, we had sweet tea time in South Carolina. South Carolina's like, boo, we got you. We're gonna just give it a second. This judge is like, we're supposed to start 10 minutes from now. We're starting now. Like, if you're on time, you're late. And if you're 10 minutes early, you're on time. And if you're 15 minutes early, then maybe you're a skosh early. And with all of that, I will be back here tomorrow. Make sure you sign up at lawnerdsalert.com to stay in the loop. Thank you for the subscribes. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for being the most amazing community on the internet. And with that, I'm going to say good night. I'll see you in the morning, Law Nerds.
You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at The Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. You know, when you only have time for just the quick bits.